Okie dokie, we got, it's loud. Okay. We got, some more Honkai tonight. Woo. I am planning to play other games than Honkai, but, right now we want to catch up with Honkai. I am planning to maybe play Zelda on this channel. I don't know. I haven't played the second Zelda yet on the Switch. I played like the introductory thing, so I'm just gonna start over and play the main game. But we'll see if I do that. And look, it's Biggles. Hi, Biggles. How are you doing? And Merry Christmas, by the way. I think there is an anime for this. Yes, so there are some animes for Honkai for sure, but they're more like slice of life. They're not. I'm told that they're not canon. I haven't looked into it, but there is lots and lots of anime and stuff on this. There's also mangas. Mangas are canon, by the way, most of them. I'm drunk in the car on my way home in the back. Oh, thank goodness you said the back seat. I was all like, wait, is he driving? But of course, Bickles wouldn't do that. Merry Christmas, by the way. I like slice of life animes. When I say slice of life, Biggles, I mean it's not relevant to the story. But again, I'm not an expert on Honkai anime. I haven't seen them yet. I don't know. I'm only hearing hearsay from people. So I hear that there's some things that are canon, some things are not. The Legend of Hero series, which is based on a video game, had a very good anime, the Northern War, and I think me and Biggles both liked that one. But I'm not sure about the Honkai ones. I'm not sure if they're good or bad. I've heard different things from different fans on it. I might have to look into it someday. Is May gonna tell me Merry Christmas? Because I could use a Merry Christmas for her. What do you want for a Christmas? Aw, that's... She did that last night for me, too. I think that's adorable. Alright. Okay, that is between 2 and 3, right? I'm still going to watch that. Yeah, I think it is. So the way the Honkai games work are very strange, especially in the early days of Honkai, right? So you have let me try to explain this best I have. You have the Gekken games, which is like an earlier concept and probably the saddest version of Honkai, where a whole universe gets destroyed. Everyone you love dies in that universe, and that brings us to, and that's from Gekken. And then that brings us to the current Honkai games. You have Honkai 1, 2, and Honkai the Third. And then you have Honkai the Third is the first of these games to be able to be played across the board. And then you have, of course, Honkai Star Rail, and then you have Genshin, and then you have ZZ. But yeah, Gekken was very sad, especially the ending of it. However, it bleeds into the Honkai games because the events of Gekken bleeds into those. So, yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm glad we're on the same thing now, Biggles. I can see I can see what you're talking about. Yes, so the Northern War takes place between Cold Steel 2 and 3. You are correct. So you played Cold Steel 2, so I know you know this, but Reen, due to his relationship with the Empire, you know, the Chancellor Osborne, he is now in service to protect his friends. It's kind of like blackmail, okay? Reen is in service of the Empire, and that at the end of Northern War, Reen does make an appearance. So, yeah, so Northern War is canon to everything in Legend of the Heroes. However, you do not have to watch it to understand Cold Steel 3. They mentioned the Northern War in Cold Steel 3. However, you don't. It's not like Northern War is its own self-contained story for the most part. It's one building block on many that causes friction on everything. It's not non-canon. It's not non-important. It's just not important to Reen's life as much as it is important to the Empire, if that makes sense. So the thing about it is, doing Cold Steel 3, they'll mention it like in some comments here and there, but it's not something that you would care about if you didn't watch Northern War. I do highly suggest Northern War though. It was a really good anime. It's really good quality. It's only one season. There is talks about making a second season for it, but Reen does show up in the final episodes, and there is a fight involving Reen in the Northern War. Well, he is pitted against the good guys, so. I'm gonna watch it just because it's still anime and I want to watch. Yeah, so I highly suggest the Northern War Bagels. I think you would like it. I talked to another Legend of Heroes fan too, and they enjoyed it just as much as me. So it is not like it's definitely not a bad anime. It's not even a mediocre anime. I would consider it like above fair anime. If I were to grade it, let's say it's separated from the Legend of Heroes and it was its own story or whatever, which it's not. If I were to fairly grade it on just a one season, I would give it a 7.8. And so it's well over the 7 mark. I mean, I like it better than Chainsaw Man. I like it better than a whole lot of these, right? I need to go back to the Crossbell games. It is brutal combat, but I still like the lore. Yeah, I was not a fan of the Crossbell games. I'm not gonna lie. I'm behind on Legend of Heroes. I know how Game 4 ends, but I watched a playthrough on it and I kind of ruined the story for myself because of because I thought it was going to take years to come out. So I was all like, I can't wait after 3. 3 is my favorite Cold Steel game, by the way, by far. And so I couldn't wait for 4 because the story was like got to an apex for me. So I watched the whole thing, and when 4 came out a year after 3, I was so disappointed because I knew the whole story. Now I'm gonna go back and play 4 just so I could say I played it and beat it, but I know the whole story, and it's unfortunate. And because of that, I haven't played Legend of Heroes game in like a while. I haven't played the new Daybreak games. I haven't played. Of course, Horizon's going to come out, and I haven't even got there yet. So, Relv, I consider a side game, so I don't plan on playing it, even though there are some canon moments in it. But it just doesn't appeal to me, so I might skip it and look for the canon moments. It's like a filler with canon spots in it. It's like a One Piece thing. I just like that. Lloyd is a very boring character. Also, I feel like the Zero child arc is one of the worst child arcs. Now, not all the characters are boring. Not all the characters are lame. But when you have the main character being lame, and you have the overall, like Lloyd Bannings is a lame protagonist. I don't care what anyone says. But when you have the overall arcing plot be boring too. Now, I don't hate the Zero Child, and I don't know how far you got in the game, so I'm not going to name her. But I think she's a good character. I also think that Rin is one of the best characters in the whole series, and she comes from the Crossbell. Well, no, she doesn't come from the Crossbell games. She comes from Sky, but she kind of bleeds into the Crossbell games a little bit. And of course, the other girl with the black hair and Elizabeth is really good too. So there's a lot of good characters in Crossbell. It's just the authors knew that they kind of missed. That's why the Crossbell games are 2 games and not 3 games or 4 games. It's because the Crossbell Annex is such a little story moment inside the grand scheme of things. Don't care. Like, the game didn't even care about it, and I don't care about it. Like, oh man, I went on a Legend of Heroes tangent. Let's talk more about that. Cold Steel 2 is the biggest disappointment in JRPGs for me. I know you didn't like Cold Steel 2, but I remember when it came out. Like, I got Cold Steel 2 on the day it came out, and I loved it. Okay, let me tell you why. And I still have it saved on my computer. I have it on Steam, even though I have it on the system too, but I even rebought it on Steam. Okay, let me tell you why I think Cold Steel is Cold Steel 2 is a better game than you give it credit for. And this is just my opinion. So Cold Steel 2 is one of the few sequels in the whole entire world that you feel like you didn't get weaker in the sequel. Like, the progression you made in your first game feels like it translates to the second game, even though it doesn't. But Reen is definitely stronger, and his like limit break is exactly the same as his powered up one at the end of the game. They really went to great lengths to keep you far into the story. And all the characters grow, and they growed well. Some of the story beats in number 2 are my absolute favorite. Like when we stand off against the enforcer, the thief. I'm blanking on his number. Is he 11? I don't even remember his number. But Shannon saves us from him, and Elena, the Black Rabbit. Shannon saves us from them, and that was one of my favorite like moments in the whole entire series. I got goosebumps when that happened, right? With the invisible strings and everything, and Shannon comes down and she's enforcer number 9, and she's like the scariest thing ever. Like, however, the big mechanics, guys, for games, and it has so many mechanics that I hate. Yeah, so Legends of Heroes always had a low budget till the Cold Steel games. So the Cold Steel games was really an experiment for them on how much they could branch out. If you notice, the Sky games didn't have a lot of budget, even though they had an incredible story for the first 2 games, and then the third game is all about Kevin, and that's completely different. But anyway, the Sky games had low budget, and then you have the Crossbow games didn't have a lot of budget, but when they made it to Cold Steel, they got a budget. And it was the first time that they ever had something like that. So they were trying out different mechanics for each and every game. Every single game in the Cold Steel series has a different mechanic. And it's something that they actually kept going with throughout the series. Like, to my knowledge, Daybreak has different mechanics and stuff like that. Now, the mechanics in 3 and 4, I think you're going to love. 3 and 4 mechanics are kind of crazy fun, in my opinion. To this day, Cold Steel 3 is still my favorite game in the whole series. For me, you can have a game and great mechanics. I would give you a much higher score. So I'm a different kind of breed when it comes to that. You can have bad mechanics and a good story, and I would give you a higher score. I played lots of games with bad mechanics, but if it has a breathtaking story that will like sweep me off my feet, then you got a good score with me. I will give a lesser score for great mechanics and a bad story. I'm just the opposite, that's all. Well, crossbow games mechanically would be fine if they didn't get pushed back when you attack them. Yeah, no kidding, right? But yeah, like I said, 3 and 4's mechanics are so much fun compared to anything you've seen yet. In fact, I like 3 and 4 mechanics better than anything in the series. Now, when you get to Daybreak and stuff, you actually can have live fighting battles, kind of like Final Fantasy 15, where you can run around and stuff, kind of like the Tales games. But again, you can also go to the turn-based version. They allow you to choose between them, so you can fight one way or fight the other way, whichever you like. And of course, I like both ways, but I haven't tried it. I just know that that's part of it. So, because I haven't played those games, but again, I have a friend that played those games, and I got him into Trails, and he is so mad at me that I haven't caught up on the games. I got him into it because I fell in love with the series like over a decade ago, right? And I knew everything about Legend of Heroes till, after the fourth game of Cold Steel. And then I didn't want to ruin when I do finally play those other games, so I haven't, like, gone into the lore of those other games or anything. And he's so angry. Okay, he wants me to talk about lore. I kind of don't blame him because I got him into it. But, when I get into lore about a game, there's going to be no one better than me. I have a memory that I don't forget things, so. Except for names. Always been terrible with names. Yes, I forget every single name. So, names are not good for me. I refuse to give a game a good score if the mechanics suck. I play games for mechanics. See, Bagels, I play games for the story, and you know how different that is for most people. One of my favorite things to do is read. I love books. Now, that sounds awful because I complain about reading on games all the time. I do not like reading out loud. I hate it, guys. I love reading in my mind. I can finish a 800-page book in a day if I wanted to. Like, the Harry Potter books wouldn't even last a day with me, and I had to slow myself down so I could enjoy it. So the thing about it is, I love reading. I love stories. I love video games that take me on a book story. Like, that's just the way it is. I used to be highly competitive in video games, and now I'm not. So you can blame Final Fantasy and World of Warcraft for that. I was highly competitive in World of Warcraft for like 13 years. But because World of Warcraft had a decent story back then, right? That is what kept me motivated, not being better than everybody else, even though I was. Okay. I'm illiterate. I forgot what game. Okay, I forgot what game it was, but the mechanics was so good and the story was dog crap. But I love playing it. I was in the 2010. Well, I can tell you a story that had really bad mechanics, interesting battle system, but not perfected battle system. And it has a really easy cheat to beat the game that kind of breaks the game, and that's Valkyrie Profile 2. But my goodness, Valkyrie Profile 2 has one of the best stories out of any video game that you could ever play. Guaranteed. It will take your breath away. In fact, the people at Square Enix had to shut down Valkyrie Profile for a long time due to Valkyrie Profile 2's story being so popular that it endangered the Final Fantasy franchise. So they cut it off. At least that's the version I've heard. So, and then we didn't get another Valkyrie Profile game till 2018, which, was mid. So, but it had terrible mechanics. It had interesting battle system, but not perfected. But what set it apart was its story. Its story is still, to this day, in my opinion, in the top 5 video game stories of all time. I remember fighting for the Realm first in WoW. Yeah, Biggles, I was around before Realm first. Okay. I beat my first level. So level 70 was the height in Burning Crusade, and that's when I played. I beat my level. So in duels we used to have, I beat my first level 70 person. I was a paladin at level 56. This is how talented I was. And I beat that rogue in Goldshire. Everyone witnessed, and they couldn't believe it, and the rogue was actually not toying with me. It was really funny. I used a house to my advantage and literally glitched the rogue into not being able to hit me. It's something I figured out myself because there was no internet to find this back then. YouTube was just a baby. Yeah, so I did that. And then my next level 70 I beat was in Hellfire Palencia, and he was a level 70 tank paladin, and I was a holy Shakaden before anyone knew what a holy Shakaden was. I am convinced to this day, and I may be wrong, but I'm convinced to this day I'm the first holy Shakaden, and so that spec became famous because someone took a picture of my talent tree. I believe I'm the first holy Shakaden. Now, I did beat that paladin. That was level 70 and I was 65, which made me a bit famous in the game. I got so good at PvP at one point that during Capture the Flag, and this happened during Lich King, that people were afraid to come after me when I would go capture the flag. That we decided that I would just defend our flag for a little while because every game I would be the only one capturing all the flags. So I just kind of sat there with my paladin, and I was tank spec during this time. And because I was main tanking, and again, back then you could create your own specs, so no one quite had a spec like mine. I was really good at creating specs. And what happened is I memorized all PvP moves from every single class because, again, my memory. So whenever someone would come and fight me in PvP, I would already know the moves and know what to wait for in order for it to be on cooldown and to make my attacks and everything before all this tragedy took place. So anyway, true story. There was a group of people that went in to capture our flag, and alone I was 3-on-1 in the flag room, and I took out all 3 people, and they did not get away with my flag. In fact, I just recaptured it. And I was only half life down because I used Lay of Hands to get myself back up and bubble effectively and stuff like that. And I was scary. There was a little while when my name would appear on screen, and like sometimes half the team would leave the game on the other side. I was known cross realm before cross realms were a thing. Okay, sorry, that's my little boasting. I'm washed up now. I'm not famous anymore. But if YouTube was bigger back in those days, I'm pretty sure I would be as famous as Leroy Jenkins on the thing. Yeah, I know I've been playing since the first month. Well, Rep Pallies could bully the... I did the same. Well, actually, I was not a Rep Pally when I beat the Rogue, though. I was a Holy Shakaden. My very own spec I created. Congratulations on your experiment success. I didn't even know what a Holy Shakaden was till years later, and I took a look at a YouTube video, and I was like, wait, that's my spec. In fact, all the talents on that tree is exactly the same as my old talent tree. I'm convinced to this day that someone took a look at my talent tree after I beat that rogue or after I beat that paladin and was all like, huh, I see what he's doing here. And that's how the spec was born. To this day, there was no talk of Holy Shakaden till after I was around. Oh man, using Lay of Hands before rated BGs. Yeah, so back in those days, you had a 5-minute cooldown on Bubble and you had a 10-minute cooldown on Lay of Hands. So what you would do, especially if you were Tank's PvP spec, right? This was back during Lich King, alright? What you would do is you would do all your little cooldowns first, and it would take a while for them to, get you down to it. You do all your little cooldowns so that they would come back, and then you wait till you're at like 3 or 4%. Your last cooldowns or your passives would go off to protect you from death. Then you Lay of Hands. Oh, well, no, you bubble first. No. Okay, it depends on the enemy you're fighting, actually. If I was fighting a Death Knight, I had to do something different. If you were fighting... Again, it just depended on who you were fighting. But for in most cases, you would do Lay of Hands first. Alright, you would go back up to full. And you would continue to... No, in most cases, you would do Bubble first. And you would bubble about 40% of your health. And then you would use all your little cooldowns. and then Lay of Hands would be a last resort. By the time you have Lay of Hands and you're in need of another cooldown, not only all of your other small cooldowns would come back, your bubble would be back for a second, attack. So that's what you would do. And depend if you had archers like hunters were terribly easy for me. Just all you do is use every last man for himself because I was a human for that talent. And then you also use Hand of Freedom, and then you would just kick the hunter's butt. My reaction time and my computer was better than most people's, so I was able to I was able to corner them pretty easily. Also, mages I had an easy time with too. The scariest thing for me was Death Knights were OP back in those days, but I actually beat more Death Knights up than most Paladins would ever. I had some epic fights with them and I destroyed them, and people couldn't believe I was destroying Death Knights. But I think the scariest thing I've ever fought as a Paladin back in those days, and it turned out to be even more scary, in the next expansion, Cataclysm, was Shadow Priest. Shadow Priest has always been awful for me, and I will be able to hold my own against a Shadow Priest. If there is an expert Shadow Priest player, I would be able to get away. I don't know if I could win trapped in a room with one. That's the problem. Shadow Priests have always been awful. Also, they can dispel your bubble. Like, most Paladin tricks against a Shadow Priest just don't work. Now, again, I don't know how the game is played now. I'm washed up. I haven't played WoW in a year. I do plan to go back and play WoW because I actually have a friend who is, like, fighting for Realm First all the time as well. I do not plan to raid with him. I'm retired from Mythics. I'm retired from maybe even doing keys, and I used to be one of the best key runners in the game. I would always get my Keystone Mastery about 3 weeks after the expansion hits. So, or every time a patch hits, it would just be 3 weeks, and I would get it at the beginning of the third week. So the thing about it is, and that's almost as fast as you could go to get Keymaster. So at the point I quit, I was still at that level. But I haven't played in a long time, and I heard add-ons have kind of taken over the game now, and I never used add-ons ever playing the game. The only add-on I've ever used in World of Warcraft was damage meter, because I like to see myself at the top. Or healing meter, so I can see myself ahead of healers. I played DPS, tank, and healer, and I was on the top in my realm on all three of them at any given time. All right. However, not at the same time. I used to only master one, so I would play all three every expansion. But if I was tanking that expansion, I was full-blown tank. I only cared about tanking. If I was healing, I was full-blown healing. I was even the leader of a healing mythic team the healing lead in a mythic team for a long time. And then DPS, I was the number one DPS during Cataclysm for Warlocks on my realm. So, yeah, back in those days. So, I've been at the top on all three echelons. But again, I'm washed up. I don't know if I could reclaim my glory, especially if everyone's doing add-ons. I've never liked add-ons. One of the reasons I moved over to Final Fantasy was no one's allowed to use add-ons in Final Fantasy, so it's more of a fair game for me because I don't use add-ons in World of Warcraft. So every time someone's doing 3 moves in a second compared to my 3 moves in a second 0.3, they have a clear advantage because I'm not using add-ons. However, I do win. I would beat most people even without using add-ons. If there was a DK, I would just die. Okay, so I'm super I used to eat DKs for breakfast. I used to run Roxanne. It was awful fighting Pallies. Yeah, Pallies. I was a paladin since I started. World of Warcraft is my favorite class, and I started out as a paladin. I do play every single class, though. So, if there was a DK, I would just die. Well, Shadow Priests are the ultimate counter to Pallies. Yeah, so back in those days, it wasn't 100% true, but it is now, and it is, honestly, Shadow Priests scared me back then, and they're probably unbeatable now, so. Realm First is gone, one ward first. Oh, you're right. Realm First is gone when they. Oh, I forgot all about that. You're right. Congratulations on experiment success. So when I said Realm First, I mean Ward First. And he's always in like the top 50 for Ward First. I think I said Realm First, right? So Ward First, that's what I'm talking about, and he's in a top tier guild. Like he's my friend of 20 years. He's actually the one that got me in World of Warcraft. Now I was a great raider, a top tier raider, but if it was he uses add-ons and all kinds of stuff, and he's a healer. He's the better mechanically played out of the two of us. I am the better. How should you put it? I'm the better, like talented, naturally talented player, but mechanically not. If we were to put each other on a pedestal, because me and him used to be two of the best players in World of Warcraft, right? This guy that I'm talking about, who's my friend of 20 years, like I consider him a brother, right? Friend of 20 years. He is like Sasuke from Naruto, and I'm literally Naruto. That's who I would pin us as World of Warcraft players. All right. He is actually the one trying to get me back to playing, and I told him I'm washed up, I'm done, and he's all like, "Yeah, you should still play." It's really funny because he's trying to get me back to play, but he's all like, "Don't join my guild." And I was all like, "I'm not planning on it. I'm retired. I don't want to join your guild. I don't want to be top 50." Kiana. Like, if I come back, I'm gonna be in that comfy heroic guild or something. I'm not doing mythics anymore. I don't know. I did mythics for so long. I've been at the top of World of Warcraft for so long. There's no point in me doing that again. I don't know. I bet they would have done that. Thanks, this is brute force method is also something new for us. It was lucky that I had the success on our first try. And again, I kind of missed a YouTube fame era. If I was going hard now, I bet I would be on YouTube. But you know, I'm sure I'm on someone's YouTube video somewhere. So, like, they knew me across realm. I'm sure I'm somewhere. Maybe I'm in some kind of Japan thing. Like, look out for this guy. Shadow Priest, but last time I played, so it's really funny you say that. My brother played a Shadow Priest when he played World of Warcraft, and this is not my 20-year-old friend. This is actually my biological brother. He played a Shadow Priest, and they would go up and down, up and down, up and down. He was a top tier Mythic Raider too before he quit, and then they would be like, he would get so upset sometimes, and he would have to heal because Shadow Priests were so bad sometimes. And he would have to heal, and he hated healing, and he was really good at it, but he was a little stiff when doing it too, so there would be nights where he just wouldn't have it. And his raid leader would get mad at him even though he's very talented or whatever, but there would be nights that he just didn't have it. And it was just a bad experience playing a Shadow Priest. I wish he would have just kept his Warlock, but he didn't. Hey, Slime, how are you? So how fun would next lore stream be? Lots of lore vids I found. It's going to be a lot of fun, and I think a lot of people on my channel enjoy the lore streams. I keep on seeing like lots of views for them and stuff like that. So I have no problem doing lore streams. Besides, I think I'm a good reactor on content. So if people enjoy it, I'm happy to do it. Plus, it's good to know a lot about the games we're playing because I've never played a game series that has so much lore than the Honkai series. To tell you the truth, it's like one giant anime with so much lore. Like, this whole series right here has more lore than Legends of Heroes. And that's hard for me to believe. So yes, Slime, thank you for the videos. My guild broke up because the guild leader cheated me out of DKP. Oh, I hated DKP. Oh my goodness, DKP was awful. Now, don't get me wrong. I got so fed up with DKP, and so this is a true story. And again, all my stories sound like bragging, and I'm not trying to brag here. I really am not. I used to brag all the time because it's self-worth issues, right? But I'm not trying to brag here. But I got so mad at guild leaders treating me and like friends or family out of DKP sometimes, even though we were great raiders and all kinds of stuff, that I got so fed up that I wanted to dominate World of Warcraft at one point. So I literally became a guild master of my first guild, and then I literally proceeded to become a guild master of 10 different top 10 guilds, not all at once, over the course of my WoW history. And I'm not kidding. Like, I ran these top 10 guilds for a long time. There was the guild I inherited called United Alliance, which terrified people in their sleep. And then the first one I founded, which was my favorite one, was Knight of the Silver Hand. I did not get a title in World of Warcraft because there was no internet back then. I didn't know how to like gain titles with inside World of Warcraft. So I decided to make a guild that would provide as my title, and I loved the Paladin lore. I loved the Knight of the Silver Hand lore. You know, Uther the Lightbringer, and all kinds of cool stories. So I named my guild Knight of the Silver Hand, and on that realm, it became the most famous guild that's ever been on that realm. Even today, some people remember it, and that was like this guild hasn't been around in 12 years and people still remember it on that old realm. But Knight of the Silver Hand used to be like, we used to raid horde towns and the horde cities like Undercity and stuff, and the horde players would never be able to respond. It was great. We were so good at the game. Like, I recruited the best PvPers in the whole realm. We also were like we were also number one in rating for a long time during Cataclysm, and also in oh man, what was that? What was that? It's the best expansion, the Frozen Throne expansion, whatever it's called, the Lich King. Lich King is we were the number one raiders for every raid in the Lich King till the final raid, Ice Crown Cathedral. Ice Crown Cathedral we didn't do as well as we should have, but there was a lot of like outside stuff going on. We still did well. Ice Crown was definitely a success, but we did not live up to our name in that. But we continued dominating through Cataclysm, and then we decided to break up midway through Cataclysm. No, we were still around in Cataclysm. Never mind. We did Firelands in Cataclysm, but then I inherited a second guild. That was the second biggest guild next to my guild, and it was called oh man, what was it called? It was called Anesthesia, yeah. So I combined the two guilds because Anesthesia was the one that beat us out in the Ice Crown. And the guild masters bank tanks literally gave me command of that guild, and I couldn't believe it. Now in shield numbers they were bigger, but we were better. So it was really funny. So not only did I own the #1 guild on the realm, I owned the #2 guild on the realm as well. And Spank Tanks, because I raided with them as well. So I would raid my 25 mans with his guild, and I would raid my 10 mans with Knight of the Silver Hand. We were the best 10-man guild out there. So, and they were the best 25-man guild. And I inherited both guilds. I became the leader of both guilds at the same time. And that's, I did that through Cataclysm. And then I retired both guilds in Panda. So that's what happened with that. But I ran the 2 top guilds of the realm at the same time in Cataclysm, and it was ridiculous. It was the most work I've ever had to do. I actually used it for a college class assignment, how I could manage business, because I could manage these guilds. And I actually took it to my professor for a project, and I literally opened my laptop, showed him what I had to do these guilds and anything, and it was crazy. I used it for class credit. Okay, so I was going on DKP because Biggles mentioned DKP, and then I went on a tangent. DKP was a faulty process because a lot of the times the guild masters, if they didn't like you, could mess with your DKP, and then you wouldn't get anything. You would be stuck with your same gear level forever. If you were too good, if they didn't like you, if they were jealous of you, then they would give the gear to them and their friends, and that would hurt the whole team. Because you wouldn't get... Now, not every leader was like this. I used DKP in my guild starting off, and then we went to a better system. The better system was... First, need roll versus off spec roll. Okay, so need roll, you would get 1 guaranteed need roll a night. So if you won an item, you would have to do off spec roll, which is a different type of roll. So need spec roll gets priority. If you don't win the item that you use need on, or your need roll on, then you would be able to use it for another item later that night. It would be able to be that. So it was a much better system going forward than DKP. And it was a lot easier to keep track of. All I had to do was take out a piece of paper and go, okay, this person won tonight, this person won tonight, this person won tonight. Okay, so the next night, and then we would, it would reset. Now, next week, those same people wouldn't be rolling on the same types of gear, and then the next set of people would be able to win that gear. So it actually worked out, and a lot of people enjoyed it way more than DKP, and it was a whole lot more fair. And even as guild master, I gave myself the same rules. So I didn't cheat. I didn't try to take gear away from people. Now, I did end up winning more gear than most people because I was lucky at rolls. Even one of my friends at the time, who turns out to be a backstabbing louse, but he was a good friend at the time, even commented how I used to win everything, and it's true, I never did. But I deserved it. I worked hard. So we were both paladins, by the way, and both tanks. So we would roll on a lot of the same items. He uniquely was not happy about it. My server alliance just got destroyed. Oh yeah, I was alliance the whole way, but on my server we were the dominant race, and it's partly because I ran the most powerful guilds and I made sure we attacked the horde all the time. No good horde player would play on my realm because we would constantly attack the home bases to make sure that stayed that way. Well, alliance on my server, we dominated, and a lot of the people contribute that domination to me when I was prevalent on WoW. So I benched in Ward, okay, LTK, because Druid were weak, and I learned my Shaman, but not good enough to join the healers. Oh, Warhammer has at least 30 years of lore. Probably think the biggest lore faction gaming. It looks like Warhammer. Yeah, so I think Warhammer does have the biggest. For Slime's comment, I think Warhammer does have the biggest lore out of any game series ever. However, I'm not gonna ever play Warhammer. I know I have a lot of friends in Warhammer, so I get to hear all the stories. Okay, Warhammer has no good guys. They just have less awful bad guys as far as races go. They have individual good guys, right? But no one's. There's a lot more darkness in Warhammer than I would like. I mean, the real world is dark enough sometimes that I don't need more darkness in everything else. Now, I do play a lot of dark games. Like Danganronpa is a very dark game. Raincoat can be a very dark game considering who you talk to. Honkai games can be dark. There is. I'll play Literature Club, but I haven't played it yet. I do know that it is very dark. I do like dark games, but they have to have some kind of element of hope in it or something like that. And I threw hope in there because of Danganronpa, right? There has to be something that you can take from it that is hopeful, okay? So I won't play something that's all dark, like Dying Light, or some of these melancholy games. There's too much sadness in the world to play something that will just make you sad. And I actually think that way about anime in general as well. Like Lying in April, you can say it's a piece of art, but what I'm gonna say about Lying in April? Why would you waste your time watching something that will make you so sad? Like, again. There's too much sadness. I rather look for something a little bit more happier with my time. So yeah, I'm out of 40K. It's probably great lore. It's probably great stories. I'm just out though. Maybe we can watch lore videos on Warhammer instead of playing Warhammer. I don't know. It's such sad lore. I have heard lore stories before because my friend reads all the books, and I have multiple friends that keep on telling me, you need to play this. You need to play this. You need to read this. And I'm like, no. After what you told me about the humans and what you told me about those spider aliens and what you told me about no. I won with the anime space commies. Okay, I'm home now. It's bedtime. Bagels, thank you for coming out. Go ahead and sleep it off. I hope you don't get a hangover. So, oh, by the way, my Walmart is the busiest one in the state, and they had no eggnog for me. I wanted eggnog tomorrow to celebrate, but I am not going to have eggnog. I have to substitute it with, like, flavored coffee. So that's what I'm going to be doing. Thanks, this brute force method. Also, like I said, Biggles, don't forget about the Legend of Heroes Northern War anime. Let me know what you think about it. I'm curious to get your thoughts. I liked it, and I know someone else loved it as well. And they didn't even play the Legend of Heroes games, and they liked it. So, thanks. This is a brute force method is also something new for us. It's lucky. Like I said, I give it a 7.8. I thought it was a good anime, and if we get a second season, that 7.8 may pass 8. Like, it was really well done. Barnia hopes that this experience and experimental results will be useful for everyone in the future. I'm not gonna lie, I've enjoyed the conversation tonight. We've literally been streaming an hour, and I think this is like the first thought bubble we pressed yes to, so, you know. By the way, Slime, it's not a hard no on Warhammer. Let me think about it. I don't like sad stories overall, but maybe videos will be okay about it. like I said, there are some really cool stories in Warhammer, but most of them are like, this makes you go to bed sad. I said bad, not bed, but okay. I see every time I hear Warhammer, the instant word that flips into my mind is bad. Bad. I'm feeling much better. I'm feel better than I sound. So I feel like in a day or two I'll be completely done, but it was definitely 100% the flu. Like, no joke. But, you know, when you're feeling better like this and stuff, I still don't have, like, a super appetite, but I don't have a bad appetite either. So, the thing about this flu or whatever is it really, you know, it takes a long time for it to hit, and then it takes a long time for it to leave. But I feel about 93% right now, so pretty good. But, again, I still have a mild cough, and it's not bad, though. My throat doesn't hurt, so that's all good. Yeah, I watched the first episode a long time ago. It was fine. You have to tell me when he's not drunk. I don't know if you picked up what he was saying, Slime, but he was beyond drunk. Also, Biggles is also an anime video game streamer like me. So, just heads up on that. He's kind of a fun guy. But he's not a VTuber. He actually shows his face. So. Good for him. I feel like the quote, in the grim darkness of the future, there is only war. Such a hopeful quote once you dive deep in the lore. I can't remember why I get this feeling, but the lore that made me feel this way was good. Interesting. Okay. Well, maybe there's some good stories every once in a while. I heard that there's no good race, but there might be good individuals. So. Oh, by the way, Rita. So, the coolest thing that happened last night. I'm gonna let the beautiful woman talk real quick. Okay, so Rita is my favorite HI3 character. I don't think that's ever gonna change. In fact, I kind of want to learn to draw Rita, and I might actually, you know, do that. I used to be, despite my disability of, you know, my hands don't work exactly right, which you can't tell if you ever met me that would be the thing. But my handwriting is atrocious, so if you ever saw it, you would understand. However, when I was a teenager, I was able to draw anime people. I drew some anime characters that were like original that could have been in a manga. I didn't keep up with it because, you know, it's more painful for me than most to do such a thing. But they looked professional drawing, and I was thinking about trying to do that again. Not make any money off of it, but I was trying to think, can I relearn how to draw those anime characters? And if I can, I could actually make some of my own artwork for the channel and stuff, and I used to be able to do stuff like that. So I might be looking into it, but that's like 22 years ago I could do that. So I don't know if I can, but there's no reason not to try. I have a lot of artist friends. I'm sure they can reteach me, or maybe I can look up a video or something. I kind of want to try to draw Rita though. I like her artistic thing, especially in this outfit right here. Like, I love this shiny, like, crown thing he has on. It's very artistic. Now, you can say Kiana is kind of more artistic in this form or whatever, but I don't think so. I think the colors suit Rita very well here. Where the colors look cool on Kiana, but they don't suit her as much as Rita does in this outfit. So, that's just my opinion, but I think this is... I really like the color scheme here. Also, message from Ozus here, all public. I like how the music changes right here. Let's put this over here. I'm kind of waiting on a message from someone, but they haven't messaged me yet. Okay, so a lot of people don't like Rita, but I'm glad at least a few like her. I think they don't like Rita, in my opinion, is because she does a lot of underhanded things. However, Rita does have a heart. I don't. Rita's not evil. We already know that. She's still in the game, right? And I'm sure she does some backhanded things, but I'm sure she does it for the right reasons too, or understandable reasons. She did kill, like, fake Otto, and everyone's upset about that. But again, she didn't know it was fake Otto. She just, the overseer pointed to that Otto and said, kill him. And she did because she worked for him. She doesn't question why or whatever. But Rita is not the scum of the earth, and I'm sure some people feel like she is. So, because she messed up their beloved characters like Kiana and Ray and, you know, a bunch of other people. But no, Rita is not the scum of the earth here. So, good afternoon, my friends on the Hyperion. Good afternoon, Valkyries. Did research on the Herschel Core go smoothly? Grandpa, didn't you say there was no reason to contact us anymore? Don't be so cold. He did say that, like, not 15 minutes ago from where we were, right? So he walked away and he was like, peace out. You all obviously forgiven Rita. See? Yeah, we did. It didn't take that long, by the way. We love Rita. 確かにハイペリオンに用はないよ。天命の S 級バルキリーたちに頼みたい任務があるんだ。I do have a mission for Jigsaw's S rank Valkyries. So he wants Dondril and Rita. By the way, Dondril, for the first time in the game, is just done with Otto at this point. She actually liked, you know, fake Otto. So she's just done with him at this point. I've never seen her act this way. And she's actually, like, I like her character. Her character is very reminiscent of a Legend of Heroes character, which I've talked about before. And honestly, I should have mentioned this to Biggles before he left. We'll have to just wait till he comes back to another stream. But yeah, this character is very cool, so. さすがはデュランダル、頭の回転が早いね。その通り。すべて用意できたんだ。I really like how they define the hollows in this game, like holographics. I think it's super cool. Holograms. I think it's super cool. It lets us know every single time that if we're dealing with a hologram versus the person actually being here by the little ripples. I think it's really good for the game. I think if they told us versus showing us, it wouldn't mean as much. And there are some games, you laugh at that. You're like, that's such a minor detail. There's actually a lot of video games I played that don't have this detail at all. You have to find out from the conversation whether they're there or not. And it's sometimes irritating. It's a very condescending tone, for sure. We love it. We know Otto's like this. Otto's been a great villain. I don't think he's the world's best villain by any chance. I've seen a lot of villains in anime and video games. Right? Otto's not the best by far, but he's also not the worst. He's how should I put it? If I were to grade villains out of 10, Otto is like an 8.1. Alright, a lot of people may consider him the ultimate villain in Honkai, but I feel like there are better villains in Honkai than Otto. Again, I haven't seen Otto's full thing yet, so we'll see, but I do feel like Sparkle's a better villain. I feel like other people are better villains in Honkai for sure. I could make a list. I could think of maybe 5 villains that outrank Otto if I were to sit down and really think.
何しろ彼女はもうすぐ天命の大主教になるんだ。
And when I say outrank Otto, I'm talking about my own opinion. I'm not talking about other people's opinion, because I'm sure there's some people that think Otto is the best thing since sliced cheese. I've met a lot of HI3 players who have told me that they don't like part 2 as much because Otto is not, as present or present at all. I don't know. I haven't got there, but they make it sound like part 1 was better because Otto was the main force as a villain.
そういえば、そこにいる大半の人にとっては、これが最後の会話になりそうだ。僕はもうすぐ旅立つからね。
Also, when do we hit part 2? I don't even know what chapter.
ベルトもそこにいるのかい？すまないね。僕のせいで君たちは
I'm still excited to get to Mars, people. So,
ここ数年ずっと君に謝りたい。
I'm excited to meet Vita.
謝り方もいろいろ考え
I do like Otto as a villain though, so I'm not throwing him down by any means. I do think he's more than decent. So
しかしもう何年も前のことだし、君だってそんな嘘くさい儀式を見たいと思っていないだろう。
それが旅立つ前に俺に
oh, so Welt's here too. Cool. Okay, so Chair Obscure 3. What's Chair Obscure 3? Oh, Claire Obscure. I misread that. Okay, so that's the main character of Expedition 33 is better than this trash. Okay, so Expedition 33 is Game of the Year, and not many anime people at some of my things or some of my cons I go to have told me to play Expedition 33. It is not an anime related game. I've been trying to decide whether to play on stream or not, or maybe just play on my own time. But that will be something for later on. I have no money. I can't buy Expedition 33. So the thing is, till I get a job to replace my old job, I am kind of stuck with the games I have now. So, and that's great news for you Honkai fans, because that means I will continue playing Honkai. This is what you wanted to say to me before you hit the road.
他に話すべきことがあるとでも？別の例を挙げよう。今の K423 は僕の謝罪を欲すると思うのかい？君たちは完璧なヒーローさ。いちいちケチくさい話はしないだろう。
I like that Welt came into the conversation. That's pretty cool, actually.
空の律者。いいえ、深淵の律者にはきちんとした名前があります。K423 などではなく。
Oh, look at Dondra, this roasting Otto right there. That is so. I do like Dondra's change towards Otto since fake Otto was killed. I think that's such good character development, and I think so. You may think it's too fast, but I think for a character like her, it's not too fast at all. This character is so strong and powerful that she deals in things being black and white, and I think that's actually really good for a character. Okay, she's kind of pure in this way, and I think that's a cool trait. So Otto being a murderer in her eyes, because you have to say, is the clone alive or not, or is the clone just programmed to be that way? Whatever. We're not going to get into the philosophies of killing, fake Otto, okay? But in Dondra's eyes, fake Otto, the slaying of fake Otto is nothing short of murder here, right? And Otto is now a murderer in her eyes, even though he's killed so many people, but it's not for protecting people. It's not for... He's just cold-blooded murderer now. Otto is dead in her eyes, like the man she thought she served. So she is just totally going scorn earth on him. and I like it because that means she's going to be on our side forever. I don't think she's ever, she's not the type of person to betray us. And if she stays in line, then Rita stays in line for the most part, right? Because Rita really respects her. Now, that doesn't mean Rita can't act up every once in a while, but we'll see. Finished the final boss on Persona 5 Original Easy Mode already, so you can ball games. I don't care about that, Ryan. Kiana.
いいだろう。キアナ・カスラナ。確かにそれでも問題ないよ。
I don't even think I have that game anymore, like the original Persona 5. I think well, I might have it somewhere. I just don't remember where I put it, right? So I'm not going to go tearing up my house looking for it. Like, Royals out, I'm not going to play the original game. Well, actually, I'm playing great games. You just don't like them. Name 10 years ago.
テレサ、何か言いたいことがあるみたいだね。
Messy to you, pretty good for everybody else, but that's okay.
おじいさま。
いいんだテレサ。無理して話さなくてもいい。君のおじいさまはいろいろひどいことをしてきた。
And guys, this is why Ryan would never be allowed over at my house. I invited him, and he couldn't come tonight because he had Christmas, which is, that was his one time to come over. But because I know he will have a cow, he's never allowed over now. Alright.
君たちにはまだまだ衝撃的なことが次から次へとやってくるだろう。その時、感情をおじいさまに費やすべきではないと、そう思えているはずだ。
Trying to position myself so you guys can read since I'm being lazy tonight. I want to make sure I fully recover, so I'm not going to read every line, especially since we know these are so long now. Alright.
どういう意味？あなたの旅は一体何をもたらすの？
すぐにわかるよ。だから説明は割愛させてもらう。安心してくれ。君を危険にさらすようなことは少しもない。デュランダル、リタ。
So Ryan actually doesn't know what he's talking about because he's never been to my house before. He doesn't like the games I'm playing. That's why he's thrown a fit. So
他のみんなとはこれでお別れさ。
何よあいつ。本当に人間が言う言葉？ボサ頭が私の口を塞いでなかったらとっくに罵倒してやってたわ。
Yes, Ryan.
テスラ、彼があの話をしたのは俺たちを怒らせるためだ。しかし彼が本当にこれで去るつもりなら、俺たちを怒らせる必要はどこにある？
つまり僕たちに何かしてほしいからわざとそういう風に話した。
その視点で考えれば確かに辻褄が合うと思います。私たちを、彼の周りにいる人たちを怒らせて一体何の目的？
I did want to see something though.
怒らせてどう目標を達成するのでしょうか。
This is what you wanted. Okay, this is getting a little bit interesting.
彼の目的も哲学的に疑わざるを得ない。もし彼がパラレルワールドに行ってもう一人のカレンを探すのであれば。
My chat is childproof. It is. Ryan, love you to pieces, but you can have fun without acting like a 5-year-old. I'm not gonna dox you. I'm not gonna tell people your age, but you're not 5. You're not 15. You're older than 25 years old. You don't need to act like you're 5 in here. But I do want you to have fun at the same time. Just you don't need to go or whatever.
ある意味ではテレサさん、失礼を許してくれ。彼がカレンのクローンを作り出した時点で満足できていたはずだ。
Well, we're letting you talk for a little bit, Ryan. We actually, before you came in, unfortunately you didn't come like an hour ago, but we had a great conversation with Biggles and Slime, and we talked about World of Warcraft, we talked about Warhammer, we talked about anime, we talked about a whole bunch of things. If you scroll up, you can still see the conversation, but we talked for like an hour non-stop without me even playing the game.
それならわざとこの世界を出る必要もないしな。
だから長光が話した不変な自由意志と。
And we're at the very beginning of the stream. I'm sure more people will show up later if they have time. I mean, it is Christmas Eve after all. I don't expect a big audience whatsoever. So.
長光がまだここにいたなら彼女の考えを聞けたのに。彼女は実際の執行者として。
Well, I'm not actually censoring the chat, Ryan, but due to past performances, YouTube, we can program YouTube to censor some things, and I'm sure maybe without my knowledge, some mods programmed certain things in the YouTube chat to not work based on you, my friend. Now, I'm unaware if they did that. But I'm not sure what you're trying to type.
司教様は本気で第二の神の鍵を使ってこの世界を離れようとしている。そして本人が申告したように私たちには影響を与えない。
Oh, are you trying to do the whole paragraph thing? Yeah, we censored that. That's not happening.
ですが相手はあの大主教様です。嘘はないと技術スタッフはそう考えるかもしれませんが皆様もそうだとは限りません。空の律者の覚醒事件も一つの教訓なのかもしれません。じゃああんたたちは本当に彼の指示通り言われた場所に行くの？
罠かもしれないぞ。
It's a trap.
だが彼の目的を把握しなければ、俺たちは潜在的な
一つだけご安心ください。今の大主教様は彼が辞任を発表した時から、私たちはテレサ様の立場も考えなければ。
少なくとも不朽なる刃は皆さんを敵に回。
君たちも気をつけてくれ。オットーに役に立たないと判断されてしまうとひどいことを。
それは。
Oh, well, it looks so sad because he knows. Stop what, Ryan? Oh, you said slop. Okay, not stop.
彼女は黒煙白化のかつての所有者。
リアーナさんは優しい人でした。あの頃の彼女と私の関係は。
Oh, by the way, Merry Christmas Eve, Ryan. I did not tell you that. I hope you enjoyed your presents from your mom this evening and everything, so. Let me check my Instagram real quick. Huh. No reply back. This is weird. Alright. Probably just busy with Christmas stuff, but I thought they were gonna show up. Let's see. The chat slop, I never come G back until it's fixed this childproof. I love you being in my streams, Ryan, but if you don't want to be in my streams, that's totally fine. I'm not gonna turn on so you can spam like no one wants to see that, not me. I'm sure you're the only person that wants to see that, my friend.
彼女は戦士で
あんたたちもリアーナのことを知っていたらオットーがどれだけクズなのかがわかるはずよ。
司教様は確かにネゲントロピーにひどいことをしました。それは天命の暗い歴史の一つでもあります。
なあなあ、この際昔のことを考えてもあまり意味はないわ。ディランデル、それにリタン、もしあなたたちがおじい様のところに戻ることが正しい選択だと思っているのなら、はいだけどくれぐれも気をつけなさい。
You don't have to spam your love. That's spam for love for yourself, not for the stream. You could always come up with something like nicer that's not spam. Like you could talk about a subject that you enjoy, and while I'm playing, I can comment on it. You can tell us about how Expedition 33 is without giving spoilers. You could talk about Legend of Heroes trivia. I don't know. You could talk about whatever you want. No, if you say who can even comment on that? Who can even say anything about that? You know what I'm saying? Look, Ryan, the over and over again, that is boring. No one cares about that other than you. That is absolutely boring. What can you even say about that other than me getting like angry? Like I guess you enjoy seeing me angry. I don't know.
はい、慎重に対応します。
相手は策を決めて動く。
Is crafty auto, so everybody needs to be on guard and plan for the worst.
最高水準で警戒するわ。頑張って。天命最強の S 級バルキリー。
Oh, she included Rita in that, but yeah, Rita is.
ありがとうございます。そちらも頑張ってください。
Herschel of Flame Scion.
位置につきました。行動開始。
Alright. I can't be Rita in this, can I? Let's save and exit. I kind of want to see if I can be Rita for this. I don't think we had Rita. I can use my own version of Rita, but she's not high enough. Look, I got Rita with long hair. Someone told me that this was not possible again, but I pulled last night, and I got Rita with long hair. In fact, it's Tuesday, right? I don't think this week the new Rita came out, but I do want to check on that before we go back. Love to mess you up. Well, it's not messing me up, Ryan. It just it's just more annoying. You can mess me up in other ways, I'm sure. In fact, I don't know if I told you, but once I get to 500 subscribers and I get my watch hours, I'll be able to make emotes in YouTube and Twitch that will be like funny. We could even make some One Piece emotes in there. We could even well, we're gonna have emotes of me, of course, and then we'll do some other anime. I think we'll have some really funny one. We'll probably have some Apothecary Diaries ones in there and stuff like that. So and that would be fun for you. I'm sure you'll abuse the emote button quite regularly once that happens. No, I wanted to check supply. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to see if there was like new people. Nope, no new people, just these people. Who was I pulling for that I got the Rita last night for? Oh, I was pulling for these. That's right. I was like, I couldn't remember because I wasn't interested in any of the other ones. I'm saving up for Rita, so that's why I'm not for new Rita. Alright. Now I just need to see where I'm actually going.
この剣来航にして
Am I tracking? Yes, I am tracking.
行動開始
So where am I going? Okay, I'm going this way. I got it now.
殺意が空気から伝わってくる
Oh, we're going all the way back to the church? Every single time we're going back to the same area. Oh, we're going past it now. Look at that. Okay. Okay, we are going to a new area. I am getting happier because this church building has been like, me at the church. Me at the church.
この
Me at the church.
来航にして
Okay, I guess we're fighting something. Yay!
吠えなさい栗から
Dragons are fun.
描く
Oops.
強風よ私に服従しなさい
Spoil.
雷鳴が
Spoil got saved dead? I don't know. Are you trying to say gotcha slave? I don't know.
行きましょう
Oop. I don't know who that is or where that's from, so. Oop. Oh, Slime, in case you were wondering what happened to Dux, Dux got the flu too, so that's why he's been out, but he wants to go back to streaming Star Rail as soon as he gets better, probably around the January 1st, and he'll be doing it like maybe the whole week, so. Oop. He might do it before, but January 1st is the thing that we're hoping he gets better from. Okay. Also, for those of you that don't know, New Year's Eve I am planning to host the first ever Waifu Awards. And Honkai will be presented in it as well. Oop. Man, this thing has a lot of life. Okay, we got most of the life out with the... Okay. How could I give Dux the sickness, Ryan? I never saw him face to face since we got sick. Kinda impossible to give someone a sickness through the internet. You gave him the sickness Hinkley with this trash game. He actually enjoys Star Rail Line. He kept on telling me how much fun he had after the night he played it. And, oh, the non-allergic minties. It sucks. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry, Slime. But he actually told me how much he enjoyed Starwell and he thought it went really well. And he looks forward to playing games with that kind of intense lore. He couldn't stop talking about it, but because he's been sick, he just hasn't felt well enough to play. And he didn't even get to any of the good parts. So, like, if that's the hope, and then we're gonna make him play Honkai the Third afterwards. Like, he's open to it. So, oh, this is what's her face. It makes me nervous when you overly polite like that. Oh my goodness. You're here.
けどやっぱり主教はこの件をあんたたちに教えなかったの。だから彼は
Oh, this. I kind of knew she was gonna appear soonish because Otto would have brought her in, but I just didn't like. I wanted a fight between them, like when we first saw her. But we'll see what goes down. I guess I was thinking that she would pop in during a fight or something, so not just stand there.
大主教様は最後まで私たちに内緒にしたかったみたい。なんだかこの件、私が思っていたより複雑
All
になっ
the
てる
S
かも。
ranks are gathered here now. Yep.
それに昨日
That should have been the tip off that we were going to meet up with her, is that he needed all the S ranks, right? And she's the third one. Star Whale is the plague. Star Whale is my favorite game of all time as far as fictional video games go. So, Honkai the Third is really good though. So, I could probably play this for 8 or 9 hours at a time if I didn't stop myself. Look at the artwork in it and everything, and the game just gets more beautiful as you go. Now, Star Whale is gorgeous, so.
時間と関係があるみたい。街にあった現象は彼がわざと引き起こしたのかも。
彼はその目的をあなたに教えましたか？
I don't like her design in this game. I really like her design in Star Whale. But her design in this game is silly. Let's there's like I said, Star Whale. There's a few characters in Star Whale I think is far superior than their counterparts in HI3, and then some of the counterparts in HI3 I think are way better. So let's
それなら最初から知ってるよ。というより500年前から気づいてたかな。
Okay, just so you guys can see the difference. This is her Star Whale version. This is her HI3 version. Like her Star Whale version, I think is better. It's much more defined, and she's actually a funny character in Star Whale. She's not, you know, overly powerful, but she's more powerful than she looks. I feel like they're completely different people versus some of the other ones I feel like are super similar. But yeah, I think her version in Star Whale is far superior so far. But of course, we haven't seen her do anything, so don't know.
天命に聖女と呼ばれたバルキリー、カレン・カスラナがいるんでしょ。
I think Ryan left
知っ
us.
てると思うけど。
Let's all have a moment sadness for the guy who hates gacha games,
主
apparently.
教の幼馴染でね。
Okay, moment of silence gone.
なんと言うべきかな。 彼のあの人に対する思いは、遠い昔砂漠にいた時、彼は一晩中一人で座ってた。
つまり彼が本気だと思ってるんですか？本気でカレン・カスラナを生き返らせるためにここでいろいろ準備したと。
あんたたちにとって彼のやり方が冗談に見えるの？彼は最初から本気だよ。それに彼が私を真相究明から呼び出した。
Also, I don't know if it was
その復活
U slime or ducks that made Ryan not be able to anymore, but whoever did it, thank you. If it's not U slime, it's probably ducks that did it, but I appreciate it. So
リース将様、それはあなたが大主教様に呼び起こされたこと自体が彼にとって意味があると。500年前の聖女様を生き返らせる自信が十分にあるのでしょうか？うん、そうだよ。だってこれは彼と私の約束だもん。
we might as well just put it on that since I'm not
あ
going
ん
to
たたちも
read
知
tonight.
ってると思うけど、
Out loud, anyway.
500年前の事故で私は重傷を負ったの。当時そういう怪我はなかなか完治できなくて、だから羅刹人主教は私を治す方法を見つけるまで私を真相究明に入らせたの。他のことはさておき、この件について
You know, they kind of stand the same way. They have like the same postures. She moved her hands just now, but before that, they were standing exactly the same way.
500年前
There.
彼が私に
Okay, her hand is kind of like on her knuckle versus Dondra's, but it's almost the same pose.
私は彼に対する好奇心から人類が崩壊に勝った時代じゃなくて彼が願いを叶えた時代だって答えたの。その時の私は確かに彼が夢を叶える瞬間を見届けたかったんだと思う。私の市場だけどね。つまり今の大主教様は夢を実現させられる自信があるということですね。そうだと思うよ。そして多くの人はそのせいでひどい目に遭う。前の空の律者事件の時もそうだったって聞いた。
彼を止めるつもりは？
ないよ。残念ながら命の恩人に対する約束を破ることはできない。それにあの人は約束を守ってくれた。ほら、私を治さず呼び起こさないことだってできた。そうでしょ。けどあんたが本気で彼を止めるつもりなら私はあんたを止めない。それは別に私とは関係ないからね。
つまりこれからどんな衝突が起きてもあなたは中立的な立場にいてどちらにも協力するつもりはないということですか？
あ、そうでもないよ。彼の味方として一度だけ戦う。その戦いが終わったら彼とはもうおあいこだから。ですがその時はまだあなたは天命のバルキリーですよ、リース将様。うん、その通りだね。だからその時もし私に力が残ってたらきっと後片付けが大変だもの。そうでしょ？
去年空の律者の実験の後小規模崩壊が次々と起きましたが不朽なる刃は休み返上で3ヶ月以上もかかってやっと制圧できました。空の律者の復活は必然で災害は避けられないと言っても間違いではありませんがその全ての始まりは主教様の計画にあって私たち天命には空の律者の力が
Very promise-driven person.
私たちもよく知っています。
Who is a very promise-driven person? Are we talking about Lee Shusing?
もちろんです。天命の最終的な使命は崩壊を倒すために崩壊を十分に研究しなければならないかもしれま
We're
せん。
just gonna call it Lee. I probably butchered that last name.
進歩のために 必要な代価を気にしないわけがないんです。
それを建
No,
物に
Shushain, I said it fine.
きっとあんたは本気でそれを考えてるんだって。私は信じてるよ。きっとあんたにとってそれはあんたがあんたであることの証だと思う。けど人類は自由だよ。
No, I didn't miss it. I was agreeing with you on what you said.
彼らが
If it sounded like a disagreement or confused, I apologize. That's just the tone of my voice. But yeah, I agree with the assessment. But again, we've only had 5 minutes with her. I don't know everything about her, but she seems like an open book, right?
そういう違いがあるから
She seems pretty straightforward as a character so far.
残酷で美しい世界があるんだと思う。とにかく私にあんたの行動に干渉する権利はない。だけど私の決心が揺らぐなんてことも期待しないで。そういう決心が憎しみや破壊ではなく競争と試練を与えるのでしたら結果的に問題はないということですね。そうかな。人と人に違いがあるのは当たり前でしょ。善人はみんな同じなわけがないし、悪人だってみんな同じなわけじゃないから。
Rita almost looks sorry for
どんな
her.
人が善人か、どんな人
I'm
が
I'm not gonna lie. Like Rita actually looks sympathetic towards her, like the facial expression.
だから自分自身の価値観を守ればいいとあなたはそう思ってるんですね。
Yeah. So it's really funny because I was saying before her Star Rail counterpart seemed like a totally different person to her. But in a way, they have this similarity as well, where they both are open book characters. No matter what, like they don't have any clever like plans inside of them or anything, or they basically wear themselves on their sleeve, and both of those characters exhibit that. I'm guessing she has like a big sword or something though. Or maybe it's a skinny sword compared to the huge sword that Star Rail Shushain has. So where does the Chocobo come into? Does she have one, or is that just Star Rail Shushain that has like the Chocobo attack?
こだわりがないことが師匠のこだわりだと思う。
つまり私が
Wait, if I wish to get to the bottom. Ooh, look, Dondra is wondering if she's gonna fight her
そ
over
の
it.
通り。確かに500年前の私は彼が願いを叶える
They're
姿を
coming
見
to an
届けたいっ
understanding.
て思ったけど、それとこれとは別。あんたたちのことに口出しする理由はないからね。も
Oh.
ちろんあんたが本気で彼を止めるつもりなら相当の覚悟はしておいて。だって彼の計画に含まれた詳細は全部彼の500年間の執念だから。
心得ています。
Rita looks really like bothered by
私の
this.
話はそろそろ終わり。彼のところに行こう。あの人が私たちに何をしてほしいか私たちはまだ知らないから。そうでしょ？
They are really making a point to show Rita's face, even though Rita didn't say anything there. This is like evolving in the game where they are showing a lot more facial expressions, right? Just like Star Rail does and stuff. Like you can read what some of the characters are thinking just by their facial expressions. That look genuine from Rita. She's bothered by what Shushain said a little bit.
私の番ですね。
いやあ、親愛なる SQ。
Oh, it's a hologram. I was all like, is that actually him?
おや、全員沈黙するのかい？いいだろう。この真実味のないホログラフィーに向かって話す気にならないのも理解できるからね。だが、もし近頃僕がしたことが原因なら、
So he's
ここ
apologizing.
で謝らせてほしい。
This is a fake apology. Look, listen to the music.
僕の表現欲求は確かに過剰だと言える。すまない、僕のバルキリーたち。主教の最後の
Okay, good to know, Slime. Good to know.
つまり主教様は本当に別の世界に行くんですね。では担当直入に聞きます。その代価は何ですか？
Oh, I missed that because I was looking at
確か
that.
に何事にも代価が必要だ。
So my Valkyries, forgive
しか
me.
しその前に言い方を訂正させて
After all, as someone who is about to leave the war, I may appear overly dramatic. Sorry, my Valkyries, please forgive my last message. If you're indeed headed to another war, please allow me to ask what's the price. The price, yes, everything comes with the price, but I like to correct that error first. Okay.
確かに僕はこの世界を出ていくが、厳密に言うと僕は別の世界に行くわけではないんだ。僕の終点は世界の向こう側だ。それは世界と世界の境にあって時間を再定義する場所だ。
もっとわかりやすい言い方はないの？前
It
回
went right over her head.
あんたが何をするつもりなのか全然理解できなかったよ。
いいだろう、例を挙げよう。例えば砂浜を歩くとしよう。僕たちが砂浜を歩くとき足跡を残すだろう。振り向いて足跡を見ると僕たちは自分がどこから来たかわかる。
I like the music. It's kind of tingy. That's his genuine apology. He's funny enough. He makes sure to add his tone of voice and everything he says. Everyone in game, real life hate him, but his words are true. Okay. I amplified by 400% of normal value, and it sounds correct. What sounds correct? What sounds correct, Rafa? I guess I just don't understand what you did. Oh, my volume. Okay. Well, by 400%, that's weird. That might be something wrong with your volume controls, because Slime, I've sounded okay all night, right? Let me check my bit rate for Twitch real quick. Okay, then I don't know, because I've been live for like, what, almost 2 hours? So, yeah, I haven't had any problems. Yeah, but if it works for you at 400%, then that's good. I do have the game volume lower, but I have heard, like, I watch my own streams sometimes just to see what I could do better and everything. So I know that the game sound, even though I have it at 50%, should be okay. So let me check Twitch though. I'm using YouTube volume. I'd rather you be on YouTube, but you can be on Twitch if you want. It's up to you. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I was thinking it was your volume because the bitrate looks good on Twitch, and my volume would be the same on YouTube as it is on Twitch. Like, I have the master controls for my OBS output, like, right in front of me, and I'm watching the sound bump up and down. Oh, that's what sounds good on Discord. Okay, I see what you're saying. Sometimes headphones have their own master sound though, and maybe you could use that, but that's up to you, you know.
砂浜に残った足跡は分かりやすいが、別の状況だとそれはずっと複雑になる。
By the way, I only need 1,300 more watch hours, and then I'm official, guys, on YouTube. So excited. And then I need 4 streams of 3 people on here, and I'm an affiliate. So both Twitch and YouTube are great, excellent places to support me. Because I'm so close on both.
その庭にある道は異なる分岐点から伸びてきて、また
Someday. I'm trying to check why Twitch is mute on my end. Everything else is 100%. I can hear YouTube fine. Sometimes Twitch has like this little corner sound thing that's hard to see. But yeah, my sound's coming in fine through YouTube, and Rafa thinks he found out why his sound sounded weird on Twitch. It was his master sound. Where's my water? I'll be right back. I'm not leaving. I'm just reaching over to get it. Oh boy.
そういう庭を思い浮かべてくれたかな。それを最も抽象的な概念、時間だと思ってくれ。
Is half volume, but I don't know. Sounds good on Discord and WoW, so I keep it that way. Yeah, well, it's fine. It may not sound good on everything though, so it's. I always keep my computer volume at 100%, and then I'll lower my headphone volume, which is a separate thing on the cord. So, like this game, for example, I'll keep the volume up for you guys, but I'll lower it for me, so that I can hear myself talking. Okay, so I agree with him. Your Twitch is 60% less on Twitch. Your Twitch is 60% less on Twitch. I don't know why that would be. So I'm louder on. So what you're saying is I'm louder on YouTube. Are we talking about volume of the game, or are we talking about volume of my voice? I guess there are two different volumes. So, if I'm gonna make it better on Twitch for you guys. Okay, so it might be your individual setup. Okay. I'm all like, it's coming from the same OBS, guys. So it's literally the same thing. The only thing that's gonna change between Twitch and YouTube is the bitrate. The bitrate is always higher on YouTube, because that's the way YouTube made it. So Twitch's max bitrate is 800, all right? And YouTube's max bitrate is 1800. It's quite the difference. But again, I'm only shooting out 10.3 bitrate. So YouTube will look a tiny bit better, because that's YouTube's own thing, and Twitch won't take anything over 800. So I am streaming at the highest quality that Twitch can do. So.
それが根元も樹幹も無限に伸びる大樹だと気づく。
Okay, I found out it's my phone YouTube and laptop YouTube is different in volume output, and Twitch in the same way. Okay, so that makes sense. So it's actually not my controls at all. It's just your guys' individual controls. Okay, that makes sense.
その木は僕たちが直接触れられる次元には存在しない。
Okay, we're talking about the imaginary tree. You did a little stream today. Good job, Rafa. If you would have told me, like Discorded me or something, I would have came.
虚数の木と
先行者はかつてこう言いました。虚数の木には
I don't know if I even follow you on Twitch. I might have to. No, I don't. I will follow you right now. Okay. That way I will be alerted next time. I need to learn not to use my Twitch in this way on my window, because now I have... It always happens. Okay. I want to Okay, there. Yeah, kind of glad you didn't, because it was a bit of a setup day. You didn't miss anything. Okay, that's cool. If you don't want me there for the first couple days, that's fine. But I don't mind throwing you some support, since you support my stream. So if you come to mine, it's only fair that I offer to come to yours if you want that. So the pioneers once told me there was numerous parallel universes, and the tree from numerous me can be observed.
かし虚数の木の機能はパラレルワールドを
Okay, we got
つ
some
なげる
more
ことに
imaginary
ずっと
tree
精妙
lore
で
here, guys.
複雑だ。先ほど僕が言った時間は虚数の木で分岐するという話はまだ覚えているかい？その事実に含まれた規則を細かく考えるとこう気づくはずさ。もし僕たちが虚数の木で自由に進む方法を見つけられたら、時間を逆流させることだってできると。
ですが現実では時間を逆流させるなんて話は聞いたことがありません。
当然さ、難しいからだ。虚数の木と量子の海の競争関係について聞いたことはあるだろう。そういう競争関係があるからこそ時間の方向が定義されているんだ。そして時間は他の次元の本質と違うからこそ方向に逆らうことができない。
時間の方向に逆らうことができないならどうやって自分の時間を逆流させるおつもりですか？
時間を逆流させる方法はないさ。誰も時間を逆流させることはできない。だが別の角度から考えると時間は虚数の木の成長方向に過ぎない。それ以外他の意味などないんだ。だから虚数の木自体を操ることができれば世界の成長点を再選択することも難しいことじゃない。
それはどういう意味ですか？
You want to control the world? Of course he wants to control the world. We gonna guess that from like the start of the game. His last name is Apocalypse. Do you want to see how little Shushane looks in game of HI3 in part 1 and part 2 using trailers? Because you can see the big sword for part, but you see her chicken in part 2. So she does have a chicken in this game. I was just curious if she had a chicken like she does in HSR, right? So that's cool. By the way, the Shushane chicken is from who, not her own thing. HSR's one is the one with the chick from the start. Okay. It isn't that you don't want the viewership. It's not that I don't want the viewership. It's just I have a good setup for Capture 3D virus. So when you go to install the new PC, you find yourself without interfacing software for your computer device. Yeah, no, that's fine. I totally get you. So, yeah, just tell me when and I'll come visit. So. Hey, I got a message back from Tomato. I was wondering where he's been, so. He sent me Merry Christmas. That's great. Because I sent him Merry Christmas. But.
逆に言えば、もし虚数の木の成長点を500年前に戻すことができるのなら、500年前の世界は僕たちがいる。
I told Ryan we had more people in chat now, and he literally said, "Don't care." I'll read the text message for you guys. Don't care, you censored the chat. Boring. He's crying because we won't let him say "ah" in chat anymore.
どうもこうもならないさ。結果から言えば、そういう関係は相互的なものだ。君たち自身の存在は消失しないし、君たちの知ってる環境も大して変化しない。
この世界は無からは何も生じないはずですが。
当然さ。しかしこの件において支払う代価は君たちとは無関係だよ。さて、任務の前を
I'm going to try and find more vids about Warhammer, make a playlist for you about that will be my Christmas present. Okay, if that's what you want. I feel like you're going to be learning as much as me though, so.
どうしてですか？
虚数の木に非常に精密な操作を行うからだ。
I guess my Christmas present to you, Slime, is me reacting to them.
だから誰にも邪魔されたくないんだ。
ですが、
リス賞、君には暁展望台とシャニ当て場所を担当してもらう。リタ・ロスバス、
Merry Christmas to you too, Slime.
君には聖女広場、アルプス街、 それからダニーロチを担当してもらう。必要なサポートは与えておく。デュランダル、君には臨機応変に動いてもらう。以上だ。
I want to though do cam. I went through the document, but I don't want to wear out my photo document scanner by streaming video on it. I may just wait till I get my save backed up the PC and can emulate my games with access of all my stuff from this thing. Okay, well, at least you got farther than where you got last week, right? So you did a little stream. That's good enough. It doesn't all have to be done in one day. You don't actually have to, like, I did lots of, well, my first stream I ever did was not a practice stream. I actually streamed for 8 hours after I got it up and going for the very first time. But I have done lots and lots of practice streams in the past, so. In fact, being a streamer is one of the funnest things I've ever done as far as like hobbies and you know, stuff in the past. It's just one of the funnest things I've ever done. Hey, I will be right back. We're gonna put let's go ahead and put 4 minutes on the timer. It's a good break time. We'll do 5 minutes. It's a break time. So we're gonna do 5 minutes. It's gonna be a quick break. I need to talk to someone about something, and it could take like 3 minutes or whatever, but I don't want to waste your guys' time. So let's break for 5 minutes. And no, I should set up a VTube because don't want to dress up for every stream. So actually, let me answer this before I take my break, okay? So the reason I set up a VTuber, because I used to put my own face on my YouTube channel, was strictly because I did not want to dress up every day. I did not want to dress up as the Doctor every day and do that. So, and because I run an anime channel, why would I want to be an anime person? So that's the reasons why I wanted to be a VTuber. It had nothing to do with animosity or anything. In fact, you can still scroll through my YouTube and my older videos will have me in there. But, yeah, Rafa, that was the very same reason I decided to be a VTuber, was I didn't want to dress up every day. That's a good reason to be one. The problem you're going to have, Rafa, is how strong your system is. VTubers take a lot of computer resources. They do. Now, you can be a 2D VTuber, which actually some of those look better than 3D ones. The one I have right now is a 3D one, right? But if you look at Dux's VTuber, and I guess I'm going to have to give you a video of Dux. Give me a second. I will go ahead and give you a video of Dux. His VTuber is literally 2D. So, but it looks better than mine sometimes. I love mine, so I can't, like, change. But if we go to my streams, or actually, we'll go to playlist, because I know I made a playlist for him. Did I make a playlist for him? I might not have. Okay, that's weird. I thought for sure I did. Alright, I'll have to make him a playlist.
Answer you.
Actually, I'll just show it on stream. You don't even need to, but I'll put the link here for you if you wanted to watch it on your own. But I guess I'll just show it.
Oh wow, that is crazy.
I guess why wouldn't I show it?
Away? Like that?
So if we do,
if you could be in like,
oh, I didn't even know he walked away. I guess I didn't see it.
I'll have to research that option.
But you see right here, You see right here, this is Dux's VTuber, right? And this is Dux's VTuber on the right side here, and his is 2D, but it looks really cool.
We should just ask you guys to do.
Like, look at his movements and everything. So that's his VTuber right there. Now, this is the Hinkley show, not the Dux show, so I'm going to cover him again. But yeah. When I purchased my PC, I got the high-end near the benchmark graphics and plenty of RAM. I'm good. Okay. I went to Austria Gaming, motherboard, so I'm good. If Dux 2D monitor search motions, she is his twin in Honkai Impact. Wait, is there someone with a V2 model that looks exactly like Dux? Because Dux has the license to that model, but he bought it from somewhere. So she could have been the original holder of that model. Like, Dux bought that model off Etsy. So you'll never see a VTuber like me because I made my model from scratch. But Dux... and I own the rights to it. I'm not selling it. I'm not giving it to anyone. But Dux bought his model, and I wonder if she was the original holder of said model. In fact, let's see. Plenty of hefty PC backup, Horizon Max. If you see... you misunderstood Hinkley. Mainstain is a character in... Oh, I see. Okay. So Dux's model looks like a HI3 character. I'm going to have to tell him that. We're going to look that up when he's actually, present for one thing. Remember the name. Okay. I do need a 5-minute break, though. So you saw it already. Did I? Okay, well, maybe we'll take a look at it just to refresh my memory. I'm sure if I see it, and I'll know exactly what you're talking about. 5 minutes, though, first. Also, Rafa, if you want to keep telling me about your computer or whatnot, you can still keep typing. I will read everything when I come back. It just can't wait any longer. So I will be back, guys. Okay, I'm back. I apologize for missing the timer. I am back though. It was a little bit what I was beckoned for turned out to be a little bit more than I thought it was going to be. I'm the computer IT guy in my immediate family, and because of letting me use their internet right now, I am beholden to help with my parents. There was a World of Warcraft thing, and questions about downloading add-ons and stuff like that. So, which I need to brush up on because the Curse Forge is totally different than what it used to be. But I'll figure that out after my stream.
ええ、確かにあんたの推測通り、支配の律者の虚数特異点もリング状の構造だった。
And like I said, I don't even like add-ons, but yes, I know how to download them.
支配劇場が原因で律者の虚数特異点が別の次元に漏洩している可能性があるというのが長光の考えだが、この要素も。
So I haven't played WoW in like a year, but my mom's having a hard time finding the decor treasure, and she needs an add-on called TomTom, okay? Because I guess the new UI doesn't have coordinates on it.
リング状構造の半径推測。約10桁分のプランク長。信頼度の標準偏差は4。
Like they took the coordinates out. I'm not sure why.
そう。あまりに第一律者の得意点みたいに原子核ほどの小ささでも20桁分のプランク長はあるのよ。10桁分も違う。つまり100億倍よ。いくら別次元に漏洩したとはいえ、ここまで行く？
別次元でだけ有効になるか。
そうよ。ありえないでしょ。
She's playing World of Warcraft tonight only because Final Fantasy went down for stuff.
こういう可能性を考えたことはないかい？
は？何の可能性？もったいぶらないで早く言いなさいよ。
僕たちが支配の律者のコアに実験を行う前から。
Yeah, the problem with not including coordinates in it is she has a very coordinate specific quest, the decor treasure thing that changes every time you do it. So it's very coordinate specific, and I can see why she's frustrated that she can't have coordinates. Even Final Fantasy has coordinates. So it's just like it's a very stupid thing for WoW not to include after like destroying all the add-on stuff. So it actually keeps Curse Forge in business because they have TomTom. So. I remember Quest Helper back in the day, and how Quest Helper got bled out because WoW included it in the game. They need to include coordinates if they want to totally destroy add-ons. It seems like such an oversight. There's always going to be add-ons to World of Warcraft, though. I don't think you can completely get rid of them. I don't like add-ons, but I can see why some add-ons are needed for a fun time in the game. Oh, are we getting a video here? Oh my goodness. Look at all the autos, guys.
悪で始まったことはさらなる悪で強くなるのだ。
Okay, I'm scared what they will do with Brewmaster Monk when stagger meters break, and I was told Blizzard will include, but I don't trust them at all. It's interesting. I don't know what would happen to. I'm gonna be right back. Like 2 seconds. I'm gonna make pink lemonade water again. I am back. This is the last pink lemonade water I can have today. I get addicted to these. They taste so good, but they have 300 milligrams of caffeine, and even though I love caffeine, I probably shouldn't be drinking so much. But it's actual water, and it makes the water taste better. I'm actually naturally don't like water. But after you get your first kidney stone, guys, you value water over every other drink. Because water stops kidney stones. Alright. Do you drink the V8 sparkling energy? It is good, and I've been drinking. So yes, I do. I know exactly which ones you're talking about. They have a serving of vegetable in them, and I used to drink them all the time. I do get sick of them every once in a while, but they do make you feel better, and it's better than drinking a normal energy drink. But again, this makes me want to drink an energy drink. They can be good. Like I said, they do have a serving of vegetable in them, which is good. I don't get the vegetable one because you get 2 servings, but it's not really an energy drink. It's red paste. But the other 2 flavors are normally really good, and you get 1 serving of vegetable in them. So I do like that aspect of it. I don't drink them a lot anymore. I used to drink them more when I was trying to get vegetables in me. As far as energy drinks go, they are pretty decent.
オジマンディアスは何も残っていない。巨大な遺跡の周りには果てしない砂漠が広がっているだけだ。と言った。
That is all I drink, other than occasional Baja Blast Zero when I miss it. I love Baja Blast Zero, but it reminds me of Taco Bell, and when I'm poor like this, Rafa, I cannot have Taco Bell. It's too expensive for me. So there is no Baja Zero because I would want Taco Bell with it. I do love Baja Blast Zero though. But again, Baja Blast Zero is not good for you either. The blue dye that they use / the yellow dye, I've heard bad things about it. It can build up in your system, cause a bunch of bad things. The occasional Baja Blast is fine, I would presume. So I do like it, and I would drink it if it was rated, and energy drinks dehydrate you. And that is even the sparkling energy V8 drinks will do that too. The #1 cause for kidney stones is lack of water. So I can't suggest Mountain Dew as a healthy option. It is terrible for you, but I like it. Yeah, it's okay every once in a while. Everything in moderation, right? I've traded Taco Bell for dollar burritos at Walmart. Yeah, but Baja Blast requires Taco Bell. I mean, it just always go hand in hand with me. Yeah, the dollar burritos at Walmart, I used to like them, and now it's like I have to be in a rare mood to even tolerate the burrito, because every time I've microwaved it for the last couple of years, there's always like this cold spot, right? And I'm just like, why do I even buy these anymore? So it's just yeah, it's just weird. I've been making a lot of food at home lately, and no, I'm not a good cook. I've been making a lot of frozen dinners lately, and it's been okay. I had some fettuccine alfredo tonight that was like from Stuffers, and I like Stuffers, and it was pretty good. Now Walmart sometimes has Baja Blast. I buy them because I insist on shopping once per month. Well, I shop once a week, and I have a limited budget because I don't work. So $100 a week is my budget right now, and it's mostly on groceries.
レーダーチーム、信号チーム、相手の動向を継続して監視して。タービンと艦砲はそのまま待機。
True.
ハイペリオンがいつでも作戦を開始可能な状態にキープして。
Oh, this is getting exciting.
テレサさん、ソース不明の外
つなぎましょう。そろそろ
プロトコルを確認した。これより通知を放送する。カロスタン町にいる店名、非店名スタッフに告ぐ。別途通知を受けるまでその場で待機せよ。勝手に持ち場を離れた場合、何があっても自己責任となる。
これはオットーのクローン。彼らはロボットのように動けるのか。
I spend about 200, 250 when I get groceries, but I make it last. Yeah, but you're spending for the whole month, right? I'm spending for like the week. And I try not to hit $100. So my $100 includes groceries, gas, and, you know, everything else. So my groceries are about $50 per week. And then I, you know, $20 on gas. Then you have kitty litter, that's $20. And I buy that, you know, once a month. And, you know, there's expenses that pile up every once in a while.
みんなの時間を無駄にしないでちょうだい。本物の夫アポカリプスと話して。
Now this is excluding my mortgage and everything, of course. This is $100 to do whatever I need to do with. So. I get oatmeal, beans, cornmeal, and Walmart dollar burritos. I get all kinds of stuff. So I try to switch it up every once in a while because I get sick of eating the same thing and I literally cannot down the same thing. It's something that's particular to me. But when I get sick of something, I literally can't eat it or I'll throw up. It's such a stupid thing. But yeah. I try to get something different every week so I don't come into that thing. So a staple of the things I normally get is like turkey, bacon, eggs. I also, because I make some good breakfasts with those, and then I'll get like mac and cheese. I'll get ramen. These are staples. These are not everything I get. I'll get ramen, and then I will also get... trying to think of anything else that would be staple. Pot pie and pizza, and then everything else is trying new things to see if I like them. So after that, it's that's basically it. I don't really think of drinks anymore in particular. Is simply because I have to drink a lot more water in my life, so water is the main drink. If I'm feeling saucy, I will pick up coffee or something like that, you know, the giant Starbucks containers, which I did this week because there was no eggnog at my Walmart this year for Christmas because they sold out. So because of that, I got myself a giant Starbucks coffee for Christmas tomorrow, and I won't be able to drink it. It's not made to be drunk in one day. I would probably die, but I'll drink like half of it. You drink water at home? Yeah, I have to drink water 90% of the time. So for 2.5 years till my kidney stones disappeared, and I have to take medicine in order to do it, so I never experience that pain again. But right now, my kidneys are in an environment where they produce kidney stones, and I need to heal said kidneys in order for them to naturally come out of the environment so they don't produce kidney stones. It's a whole thing, but water is the key. The reason why I think, because we don't know the reason for sure, My doctor thinks it might be my tea consumption. Tea is one of the most damaging drinks, but I think it's the lack of water because I used to not. So I don't like water naturally, and I used to not drink water, and I used to drink a lot of energy drinks and stuff. And energy drinks do not produce kidney stones on their own, according to my doctor. But it's the lack of water and then being dehydrated from the energy drinks that cause the kidney stones, I think. Now, I couldn't articulate to my doctor how much I did not drink water, but yeah, because it's a hospital doctor, I got taken to the hospital because we didn't know for sure what was going on with me. So it's not like I have a rapport with this doctor or anything, but if he knew how little water I drank, then he would understand this is 95% of where the kidney stone came from, is my lack of water. I did so much research on kidney stones when I got home, and I was all like, you know what? I drink maybe 1 glass of water a day or something. That's how bad it was. So my water consumption increases from like a glass to half a glass. There were some days I didn't even drink water. To now I'm drinking 4 to 8 cups of water a day, which is, I still have to increase it, but that's the safe thing. So. Ooh, homemade burgers, those sound good. I make them myself. That's cool. Huh? What about kidney stone? Yeah, so I got my first kidney stone about a month and a half ago, and I was telling him we were talking about energy drinks and not drinking water, and I don't drink a lot of water, or I didn't before this, and now I'm fixing that. So yeah, mostly from lack of water thing. Yep. That's exactly what it was. So, well, kidney stones are not normally serious things, okay? But they are in the top 5 most painful things you can ever experience in your life, according to most lists. And I can attest to that. Not only did I feel the pain once, I felt it twice because a week later it got stuck somewhere. It was a small stone, so I'm okay. But the thing is, I've never felt more pain in my life, and it was hours and hours and hours and hours of pain. So it's good to avoid if you can. Yeah, no, I agree with you. It's just hard to drink water, but it's something I have learned to do. I have water with me at almost all times. So, and if I go to the bathroom, I check what color comes out, and if it's not, light yellow, then I need to drink more water. So just drink water often in small quantities only. Yeah, so that's the best. You are right. You don't want to drink too much water. Too much water is a poison. But yes, you should drink water in small quantities for sure. It's the best way to do it. Is this Void Archive? Or this feels like not a cyborg. This feels like Void Archives. I have, my dad also had kidney stones, but it's not from dehydration. It's from my dad having less than 30% of functioning. Oh, that's not good. But yeah, that's not good. I'm sorry to hear that. You can drink a whole gallon a day, and some doctors will even advise if you're doing athletic activity. The rule is 8 cups a day. All right, but that doesn't portray to everybody, and if you're not doing a lot of things that cause you to sweat, it's probably even less. Okay, your body can only handle so much water at once. The best way to judge if you have enough water in your system is when you go to the bathroom and what color comes out. You don't want it totally clear. You don't want it dark yellow. It has to be light yellow, almost like tinge of clear. That's what the hospital doctor told me is the best. So if you have that, you don't need to drink another cup of water, all right? If you have darker, you need to drink more water. when you pee and it's not white, it's good water. What? What? Oh man, that is a Boy Scout / camping joke, I feel.
勝手に持ち場を離れた場合、何があっても自己責任となる。
何よ、自分の裏工作がバレたからって隠れて門前払いをするつもり？
彼が自分の意見を押し通すときによく使う手口です。他の人を盾にして時間を稼ぎ、裏で既成事実を作るつもりでしょう。
くそ、あいつは私たちを騙して支配の律者の力を盗んだばかりだっていうのに。
He stole the Herschel of Dominance right in her power. Yeah.
けど万が一のためにすぐにでも出発して。
Man, we are angry. We are going after Otto with a fury.
私たちがここから
This went from like handing over Jigsaw to some kind of like we need to save the world now.
いい分析だね、テレサ。どうやら僕の元から離れていた間に君もかなり成長したようだ。なんだい、自由に切り替えられることに驚いているのかい？少なくともネゲントロピーの博士たちは驚かないだろうが、何しろ君たちは60年以上前にすでに一度目撃しているだろう。
あんたよくもそんなことを。
おやおや、そんなに怒らなくてもいいだろう、テスラ博士。これから僕がしようとしていることは君たちにとってもメリットしかないはずだ。
メリット？へえ、今度はどんな独りよがりなへりくつを言い出すのか聞いてあげようじゃない。
独りよがり。
Yeah, well, he was doing that switcheroo, right? But it was a fake Otto. Like, they're more concerned about, like, they think he's awful for it, don't get me wrong. But they're more about chasing him because he's gonna mess with the fabric of time and other things like that. Like, also, they think he's just a murderer because he did have that fake Otto killed.
諸君、人類の未来のために祝ってくれ。結果として僕は僕自身を犠牲にすることで虚数の木から500年以上の時を得る。人類のために崩壊に抗う時間を手に入れるんだ。
は？500年？
おや、僕の可愛い孫娘はもう気づいたみたいだね。その通り。独りよがりな僕にとってこの500年は一つの副産物に過ぎない。
Not only that, he killed many of the friends 60 years ago. I'm talking about AE.
世界の向こう側であの唯一の存在を探すと、僕は時間の枝からこの500年の歴史を抹消し、世界をカレン・カスラナがまだ生きていた頃の状態に戻す。もちろん諸君自身の存在が消えるんじゃないかという心配は不要だ。今日カロスタンに来た者は立場を問わず、このオットーアポカリプスが時間の本流から守る。そして過去に戻った君たちは理想を叶える聖女を手伝うことができるはずだ。
This is getting fun though. I'm like totally invested.
一体何の話をしてるのよ。時間を逆流させる？具体的な技術の話はさておき、それを実行するためにどれだけのエネルギーが必要になるのか、私たちが何も知らないと思ってるわけ？
もし僕が崩壊の意志と呼ばれる存在と協定を結んだと言ったら、もし僕が支払った代価が虚数の木で流れる時間、もしくは現在だと言ったら、それに信じてくれなくても別に構わない。
No, you know what's really funny, Slime? I actually thought you were Rafa when you first came back and made the P joke, and then when you said like the switcheroo, and then it wasn't till the comment, not only that he killed many friends 60 years ago, that I realized it was you. And it's really funny because your name is dark red and Rafa's is like light red. So I didn't realize it, and I was like, wow, Rafa is really paying attention to the game. I didn't realize like he's picking up on all this. It was really funny. And then I realized it was you, and I was like, that tracks.
その言葉、最後の12時間を使って抗えという意味に聞こえるんだが。
おや、さすがだね、アインシュタイン博士。
No, Rafa is playing Pokemon.
その通り。君たちにはチャンスを与えよう。
Got it.
僕のやり方に賛成しない
Which Pokemon game are you playing?
教会堂に来て僕を倒せばいい。
And beat me into
もちろん、その
submission.
場合、僕の忠実なる部下もこの町を鎮圧し。
My loyal support. Of course, his minions will be in town. So I guess you guys need to explain to me something. Oh, when I say you guys, I mean Slime. Okay. So Otto is setting up traps because we're going after him, and he's saying my loyal subordinates, you will have to like fight them and stop me from going. Now he released Jigsaw when he could have kept Jigsaw, and Rita and Dondrel will probably block our pass at this point, right? All Otto had to tell him was, I'm doing this to save the ward from the Honkai, right? But no, he didn't do such a thing. He did this elaborate, like, I'm handing you Jigsaw, blah, blah, blah. Now, he probably wants to protect the ward after he's gone, and that's why he wanted to give it to Teresa. But it makes no sense giving Jigsaw over before this is over. Now, I just kind of talked myself into it. Now it does make sense. Because there's no way Teresa would take Dondra or Rita or any of these other skilled fighters if they had their hands bloodied from stopping them or whatever, right? So Otto had to do this ahead of time in order for his departure and still protect the ward, because he does care about the ward after he's gone. So he needs Rita, Dondra, and Lee Shusing Sun and the whole Jigsaw organization to be able to defend the ward. Okay, I think I talked myself into this. Ultra Sun. Okay, I never played the Ultra Sun version, so that's the S ranks.
つまり、君は僕たちを挑発しながらも。
Wait, is he using the S ranks as his blockers? Well, Dondra wouldn't listen to him at this point, or did she change her mind? I don't see that happening, but I guess
君たちが知るべき話はこれだけだ。その代価はこれだけだ。500年の間に存在したここにいる人間、この通信自体、僕が与えたチャンスだと思ってくれ。
分かったわ。お望み通りに本気であなたを倒す。
いいぞ。さすが僕の可愛い孫だ。だから去年と同じように聖537教会堂で待っているぞ。
Yep, he was back to his old tracks.
テスラ博士、一つ確認したいことがあるの。
どうぞ。
崩壊の意志。私たちはそう呼ばれる存在。
Oh, this is the will to Honkai stuff. This is important.
残念ながら。
By the way, the will of the Honkai, there was a lot of people that believed the will of the Honkai showed up and then it didn't actually show up. There's a lot of lore and then mislore about this one thing. I know that from all the lore videos we watched.
わかったわ。つまり今の状況だと彼の言い分
そう考えてもらっても構わない。
認めたくないけど事実はその通りかもしれない。またあいつの言いなりに戦場においては避けこの世界に全ての時間において全ての
That's why he was taunting the AE doctors, because they don't know anything about it.
みんなに集合するように伝えて。
In that conversation, he specifically taunted the AE doctors, Einstein and Tesla.
は？戦力を分ける？ 私た
今回の敵はいつもと違う。慎重に相手の手札を確認。
私に言わせればあいつが言った12時間なんて実戦力を一箇所に集中してハイペリオンで火力を整え最も近い道を通
Oh, I really like this. This is getting exciting. Things escalated from a dull nothing into like a huge something. This was good build up. This was really good build up right here. Tesla and Einstein legal. Laugh out loud. I assume they're legal. There's nothing that screams under 18 about them, but I don't know. Well, can't say I'm looking to pick up a new game or play any single Pokemon game. Oh, by the way, Twilight's on like resident Honkai expert here. He's pretty good at it, and so is Tomato if he ever logs on again. But Tomato did say Merry Christmas to me today, so there is hope. Do you remember that auto assigned each S rank? Yes, I do remember that. We just went through that, so I guess they'll. But except for Dondra, he said to Dondra that she should be prepared to move for any uncertainty, but it's because Otto knows Dondra is starting to diverge from his own action. Yes, Dondra doesn't think Otto is worth following anymore because she believes him to be a murderer. So, because Otto himself, is his best student in 500. Yes, I do remember him saying that. And that's because of this aspect, yeah. Aaron and Tesla are 70 plus. They're 70 plus? Oh, well, yes, they are. You're right. They were part of the original people that broke away from Jigsaw. They age really weirdly in this game, guys. They've been around for a while. Also, give it up. Tesla looks better without glasses, right? I was saying this all last night. Tesla looks way better without glasses. Yep. So. Abyss Flower, you remember the Divine Key and its powers? Yes, I do. Rita is all about the Abyss Flower and stuff. Yeah, that's the reason. Okay, that makes sense. Frozen, 6 crew, Fairy Fires. Okay, sounds good.
テレサ、どう思う？ボス頭の考えは気にしないで。あんたが作戦計画を決める
I didn't realize I had that seat cover in my wish list before I pasted it. Interesting. The treasures we find in our wish lists. Okay, sodium clones, but they aren't just popping up. I said sodium, but I meant sullium. Now we have difficulty coping with the Herschel dominance power. Yeah, because he has it. That's why he had us collect the core, guys. We did the dirty work for him. Oh. We should have never trusted the auto. Just so I don't miss anything. The previous strongest S rank before Dondra was Sincere. Okay, I do remember her. That's real Kiana's mom / it's in Kiana's memories. Lena is a friend of the North American branch of Jigsaw AE, but Otto actually killed her. Oh, yeah, okay. Using her own Abyss Flower to pierce her. Yeah, okay. Otto's a bad guy, guys. He's not all bad, but he's bad.
そうすれば第2段階で戦力を集中させた後、より着実に最終決戦を進められる。
電撃戦のような戦術には情報面で圧倒的に有利な立場が必要だが、今の僕たちにはない。言い方を変えると、君が提案した戦法は今の僕たちにとってはリスクが多すぎるんだ。テスラ博士。
Okay, so we missed it. I was not watching the clock carefully, but Merry Christmas to everybody here. It's Christmas Day, at least where I live, and happy birthday to Jesus. So Merry Christmas to all of you guys. Thank you, thank you.
わかった。確かにあんたたちの考えも理にかなってる。テレサの考えた2つの段階をもとに計画を考え直すわ。ちょうどエンジニア部門にあるアイテムが役に立ちそうだし。
Okay, we're gonna take a look at what Reno looks like. Slime sent us something. And slime is convenient lore. Most of my lore videos come from either tomato or slime. I'm not gonna lie. Who does she remind us of? Think anime, guys. Who does she remind us of? Without even thinking about it, okay? Don't worry about her weapons or anything, just her general feel, alright? Who does she remind us of? Also, in one version of this anime, this person also gets stabbed through the chest in a very sad way. One version, not in every version. Does anyone have a guess? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's that one Star Rail character with the sword. Let me find something for you guys. It does have a cuss word in it, though, so if you don't want to hear cuss words, please do not listen. But I'm gonna. It's the F word, but I found it super funny. So, but it's not overly awful. So. Normally I don't allow, like, I don't cuss, but, give me a second. I'm gonna find it, because you guys didn't know, it's gonna be great. Let's see if I can even find it. I have to go and maybe look in my messages. Man, I wonder how I look through my messages in here. Oh, okay, I found it. Normally I'm on my phone when I do this, so I just... Give me a second, guys. Now, this is from Storm AI. I want to put a caution. There's a lot of stuff he posts that I do not like, and that I don't think is, really good stuff, but this one thing took me by storm, forgive the pun, and I thought it was really funny because it's kind of true. Okay, I think this is getting closer. Oh, this one's good too. Okay, so I guess I'm gonna show you one or two of these because this one's good too. Oh man, do I not have it here? Alright, we'll look it up by Google, because I'm sure Google will have it. I don't know where it is in my messages. Oh my goodness, I can't believe I can't find this. Let me look one more thing. I know I'm doing this on my second screen. It's boring. Oh, I found him. I don't, let's see, let me go to his page. And like I said, I don't agree with a lot of the stuff he posts, just saying it out, but this one thing hit me really hard. He has the characters cuss way too much, and sometimes they say very bad things, and I don't like it, but the Star Rail one was funny. Okay, I found it. All right. It took a while. It took a while, guys. But yeah, this is from Storm AI, and oh my goodness, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Okay, it's one of these. It's one of his first ones. Oh, it's right here. Okay, how do I turn the volume on this? Okay, it's right there. Okay, so this is hilarious. This is the gore she looks like, alright? This is Saber from Fate. And she looks exactly like this character. We all know that. Yes, Atoria. And this is hilarious. Like, listen to her.
Since 2004! Stop telling me I'm from Star Rail! I have been around since 2004! Stop telling me I'm from Star Rail!
So, we all know she's from Star Rail, guys. It doesn't matter if she's been around from 2004. She's from Star Rail. Alright, also, there was one other really funny video. I want to show it. And like I said, that was from Storm AI. I don't want to take those stuff without giving them credit. But that's... I thought of her when you said something similar to Rena, but I could not remember if she got... So, yeah, Saber gets stabbed really badly in the chest because she turns evil in the alternate universe of Blade Works. So you have Fate Zero, you have Blade Works, and then you have Heaven's Field, the 3 movies. And in Heaven's Field, she gets, she gets stabbed and dies. Yep. So, yeah. I need to remember. Okay, so there is one more thing I want to show you. And this has no cussing or anything. There's nothing bad about this one. I do need to go to my messages, though, because I have no idea who does it, but I did send it to someone, so I do know I have it there, and I did see it recently. So, we will see who sends it, and again, I will give them credit. But this will make you really think how, like, Starwell is, the people in HSR and even HI3 are such, I would think HI3, but big Fate fans, and they always have been big Fate fans, and you can see the similarities in some of the characters. Now, whenever I met Clara for the first time in Starwell, I said this is from Fate, because she looks so much like Yggdrasil, and she acts like her, and everything like that. I always thought she was based on Starwell. Not Starwell, on Fate. And this kind of brings it all, so... Can I rewind? Let me wait for this real quick, because I want to show it to you guys in its entirety. Give it a second, because I don't have a bar to rewind it. Instagram is very much of a phone thing. Okay, here we go. Hey, look, 20 weeks ago, love this and cheering it. That's actually me right here. I did not realize my comment was the last one that they had. Okay, that's it. But I love that short. Like, I think that short is great. Oh, I forgot to say who did that short. Give me a second. They deserve credit. And then we'll get back to the game, of course. Where's my Instagram? Okay, there's a lot of Momo stuff in these messages. Okay, I found it. Oh, it disappeared. Like, Instagram updated as soon as I found it, and so the author of this is this guy right here. That was the author of the video we just watched. So, just in case you guys wanted to know, he makes a lot of Star Rail stuff. Yeah, there it is right there. But it doesn't look like he's super active either. Alright. Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure I gave people credit if I used their videos. So, I thought of her when you said something. Yeah, every famous scientist on the planet Earth is probably an AE personnel. But I think this is hyperbole. Yes and no. We know that Jigsaw has some scientists. You guys hear about the Welt voice actor? There's a lot of drama happening with him right now. Tons. He got fired, but then he leaked all his fired stuff and not doxed out the names, so now everyone's angry at him. Like, even some of his fans is angry at him. Now, whether it was intentional or not, we don't know, but a lot of people speculate that it is intentional. So it's just a really bad way for Welt to go out. Now, personally, do I think he did anything wrong? I don't know. Even though I'm friends with lots of voice actors, I guess I should pay attention to this too. Even though I'm friends with a lot of voice actors, I don't know voice actor decorum when something like this happens. It feels kind of sad that Julio didn't tell him he was fired till after he was after Welt came out with no voice, and he had to learn from a fan and then asked Julio about it, and then Julio told him he was fired, but they said it in a very nice way. And then he leaked all the documents and not properly blocked their names out so that maybe he could rile up his own fan base to get them to come back or something, or maybe out of revenge, I don't know. And now everyone thinks it's not everyone, but there is a large majority that thinks it's unbecoming of a voice actor to do such a thing. There's another set that maybe thinks that he's right. I don't know. I don't know enough about the decorum. Maybe I'll ask Ryan Bartley about it someday or something. But I just don't know. And it's just like, it's a weird catastrophe because I always liked the voice of Welt. Now, I don't know him as a person or anything. I've never met him in real life. But I've always liked his smooth voice in the game. Now, do I think Welt could sound better? I do. So I'm kind of excited about who they get. I wonder if they get someone like slightly British or something. I feel like that would be really cool for Welt. But again, it's kind of hard to move away from a voice that was a very good voice. Not a perfect voice, but a very good voice for Welt. In my opinion. Okay, I mean the named ones like Schrödinger, Einstein, Tesla, Planck, Edison. Oh, okay. Yeah, I agree with you. They're all part of AE, right? Yeah, so, yeah.
2つ目、少し前にネゲントロピーの科学者たちの研究によって判明したんだけど、オットーはすでにある方法で支配の律者の力を盗んでいた。今ハイペリオンを包囲している傀儡のクローンも彼が支配の律者の力を使って操ってるものよ。よってこれからの作戦計画ではハイペリオンの戦闘員を3つのチームに分けようと思ってる。まずは第1チーム、ブローニャ、ゼーレ、ロザリア、リリア。対岸の大通りからオットーのいる聖537教会堂に向かって進んでもらうわ。
承知しました。
それからみんなの持つ探知装置が送り返した信号をもとにテスラ博士はスパルタクスシステムの設置に向いているエリアを分析する。スパルタクスシステムは干渉信号を放送という形で放って支配の律者の力を制限するという優れものよ。あんたたちからもらった信号を分析した後にスパルタクスシステムの信号干渉塔の設置場所を決めるから、その点は心配ないわ。ええ、正確に言うとそれは第3チームが担当する任務だから、みんなは自動探知機が正常に動いてるかどうかだけを気にしてほしい。それとロザリアとリリア、作戦経験がまだそんなにないから何かがあった時にはその場に残って待機して。無理は禁物よ。分かった。ブローニャ姉さんやゼーレの指示に従うよ。
Actually, I want this for something.
以上が第1チームの任務よ。次に第2チームの任務を話すわ。第2チームのメンバーはキアナとフカ。第1チームの後に出発し、川の南側の山道から橋の支配権を奪ってもらう。そして騎兵として素早く聖537教会堂に近づき様子を探る。その間第1チームの代わりに敵の注意を引いてくれると助かるわ。それと第1チームと同じく2人の持つ探知機も信号干渉塔の設置場所の分析に必要なデータを送り返してくれるわ。分かった。また第1チームと比べて
Alright, we got squads, guys.
相手の本拠地に突撃し状況を把握する必要がある。だから最後まで戦おうとせず、たとえ単独行動になったとしても前進する。
This feels like something out of Naruto with like the setting, the music right now, what's going on. Like the feel is very Naruto. In fact, they've done this so well, and I am reading while I'm talking. So they've done this so well that I could literally see myself outside in like almost dawn, right? Like it's 4 a.m. in the morning. The sun is like maybe 5, and you can see the sun coming up, so it's light enough. But I could actually feel myself outside right now. I can almost like smell the air because they've done this scene so well, and with the music.
私たちには12時間も残されているはずだから。
わかりました。
他に問題はもし問題がなかったら直ち
Alright.
に行動を始めましょう
Let's get
作
started.
戦開始
Off to battle. Okay, so before we go on, we do have a comment. That was the reason Donner didn't want to use the Abyss Flow in the opinion of Jigsaw Valkyries. Since Irene died, even though they have Abyss Flow, but in the eyes of Donner, she thought she does not deserve the Abyss Flow. Yeah, we do remember her talking about that. Not deserved to use the Abyss compared to the two legendary Valkyries before her, which is silly because Dondra would be able to like roll with them. Dondra is a powerhouse, right? She is a huge powerhouse, strongest Valkyrie. She probably could take on a whole like most of Jigsaw by herself. Rita and Lu Shushane would probably give her problems, but she would win in the end, right? And again, I'm not sure on it, but she does feel she feels like All Might at his peak versus like Endeavor. And you could say, if you watched My Hero Academia for any time, you could this is my best analogy of her power level so far. There's like a canyon between her and Rita, and Shushane is, you know, in the middle of the canyon, but again, it's a giant wide gap. She's gonna, you know, decimate almost everybody. Now she is modest to a fault. That's why she doesn't feel like she's worthy, but she probably is stronger or as strong as both of them. Reasons involve Otto, laugh out all Otto, kid them both. Duder is the strongest S rank in both history and the earliest S rank to achieve S. Okay, I can see it.
行動開始この剣を来光にして
最初の目標は
So she's more than worthy, but again, it's all because of Otto.
敵も密集していて仮任務を開始します
行きましょう
As far as power level, but again, let's not pretend her morals aren't there either. She's in a tough position. She is doing the right thing now. And even in the past, when she was working for Otto, she did a bunch of, you know, positive things. Like when Rita was going to go after Kiana while AE was having... Well, no. Rita was going to stop... Back in Chapter 9 or something, Rita was going to personally stop AE on the assault towards the base. And it was Dondra who stopped her from doing that. So, if it was in her power, she actually helped us out quite a bit. And that's when Fuha began having shaky feet and betrayed Otto. And Rita was going to stop Fuha from going to. And it was Dondra that said, let her go. These guys, like, auto clones, you know, or something. He, like, punches. Maybe he learned, Fuha combo. Nope, it's different. It's really slow and deliberately powerful, somehow. Actually, I meant to switch to Kiana, and, ooh. I guess not. I meant to switch to Herschel Kiana. Nope. I keep on pressing the wrong buttons. It's okay. Otto gives Judo the highest regard. Otto made a joke in a manga saying that there should be a tier above S. That's how absurd Judo is. And Otto, he himself considered Judo a Herschel killer, even Otto himself is a Herschel killer in his own right. Rena was placed by a Abyss Flower. Was pierced by a Bliss Flower. Sincere was nuked by Otto together with Siren. Yes, I do remember that she was nuked. Yep. We saw that in that memory. Otto also killed Fu-Ha, right? With the gun or whatever. That's when he used the example of, like, that's the kind of person I am. I called someone friend 500 years ago, and then 500 years later, I shoot them in the head. Now, of course, Fu-Ha lives, but because of her healing and Phoenix powers, but, you know.
天命のかつての本拠地。無数の血と罪が隠されてきた場所です。それらを守るよりも、ゼーレの安全の方がずっと大事だとブローニャは思います。
でも、建物に罪はないよね。それをデザインして作ってお手入れした人たちもいろいろと心血を注いだはずだよ。
I like these two together.
それに。
I like them even better than Kiana and Bronya together, like Seely and Bronya, you know.
自分自身の仕事を全うしただけだと思うの。例えば
And I'm talking about sisterhood. I know they'll more in the manga and stuff, but I'm only considering them sisters, so that's just me.
大事にしていたんだろうな。それとこの道も塵はあるもののちゃんとお手入れされてたのがわかる。多分みんながこの町を愛してたからこういう環境を維持できたんだと思う。もし彼らが数年後にここに戻ってきて廃墟しか残らなかったって知ったらきっと悲しむよ。ゼーレは彼らの思い出の場所を壊したくない。みんなの思い出には守られる価値があるってゼーレは思うの。
ゼーレらしいです。わかりました。戦闘時はなるべく建物を壊さないようにしますね。約束します。ロザリアやリリアにもそう伝えておきます。
ごめん。ゼーレ、わがままを言ったかな。
いいえ、ゼーレは間違っていないと思います。何かを守りたいという気持ちは戦いを難しくすることもありますが、同時にそれは力の源になり、自分自身をより強くすると思います。では、それを前提にもう一度作戦目標をまとめますね。ブローニャたちは最初に出発する第1チームです。おとりとして第2チームにチャンスを作るべく、できるだけ敵の主要火力を引きつける。これが作戦目標です。市政広場から遠回りして境界道に近づくというルートで前進します。途中で目立てば目立つほど巻き込める敵は多いでしょう。
同時に敵が密集している場所でデータを収集して第3チームにスパルタクスシステム信号干渉塔の設置場所の参考データを送るんだよね。
はい。その作戦が終わったら第2チームと同じように境界道を目指し、なるべく彼女たちと同時につきオットーとの決戦に臨みます。
作戦がうまくいくといいな。でもこんなにわかりやすい行動相手にバレないはずがないよね。
確かに見抜かれやすい作戦ではありますが、今の戦力では最も着実な方法でもあります。たとえ相手に見抜かれたとしても、彼らは防衛側ですから通常通りの対応しか取れません。
なるほど。やっぱり学園長もブロニャお姉ちゃんもすごいな。
Alright, so we got another message. Otto loves to kill his friends, and not in a sadistic way. I don't even know if he considers it normal betrayal. He probably doesn't, because most of his friends are basically immortals, right? So he probably doesn't consider it like actual, like, real betrayal, because Otto still will say his friends with that person. I mean, look, heal a body not knowing but he does heal her because he had 20 years and he healed Hula. It takes 21, but to me that's still betrayal. I know if he considers that betrayal. I don't know if you're right. I don't know if he would have the same actions on people who are not immortal. But again, he killed Cecilia. He killed Rena, right? So he does get rid of people that he. I don't know if he ever called them friends though, but maybe he did. If he did, then maybe he just likes other friends more than other friends. So I don't know. I guess if they're in his way, they'll diss a sacrifice. He seems like, even though he's despicable, right? He seems like he does have honor about the people he cares about and stuff. Even if they're, like, he considers them necessary to be gone. Now, Kiana, he's never cared for us. Kiana is not a friend. He would torture Kiana if he could for the rest of her existence in order to get what he wants. Kiana is not in that loop, okay? And if you're not his friend, he's even somehow more despicable towards you, right? So... Oh, look, it's the twins. I like how Dark Sealy is coming into the... Sealy is such an interesting character in this because of this dual dynamic. I really like it. This dual dynamic is the best dual dynamic we've seen in any of the games so far. By far. It's not even close. Like, Evernight is basically asleep again inside of March, so it's just like, that's stupid. Why can't Evernight be, like, fully part of the game? Why can't Evernight and March have this relationship? It's, like, driving me insane. Why can't they do this? They should do this. I know it's probably because Davenport would have too many lines, I'm not gonna lie. But she has a beautiful voice. Let's give her more lines. Pay her a little bit more. It's okay. Well, Joyce also considered Otto his friend, but the moment Otto killed Welt's other friend, Welt wanted to kill Otto so badly. Well, Welt is a smart guy. He doesn't consider Otto a friend anymore. He considers Otto dangerous. Welt is probably the wisest, smartest person in all of Honkai that we've met so far. I don't think there's someone better than him. I really don't. As far as, like, wisdom goes in the games. Now, does Welt still make mistakes? Sure. But even Solomon, the wisest person in history, right? Other than Jesus, of course. He was bestowed wisdom by God specifically after he asked for it. And Solomon made lots and lots of mistakes. So wisdom doesn't mean absence of mistakes. Wisdom just simply means that you're wise enough to see through some things and, like, understand some things. And I'm sure I'm lowballing wisdom a little bit. Wisdom is a great trait, and you can avoid a lot of problems with wisdom. It's good to be wise, but it's one thing to have wisdom and another thing to use wisdom effectively. So. You made another comment before that? His only friend, is my knowledge, that did kill completely is OG Welt Joyce. Okay, so the original Welt. Okay. Not Welt Yane, but OG Welt. Okay, gotcha. When I say Welt Yane, we're talking about all Welt, not even though the name is passed down. I understand that. So, yeah, okay, so he's OG Welt's friend. I gotcha. It's good you told me to go back because I did not read that comment. I must have missed it during my monologue. Barnier would have been the third Welt. Imagine that. Yep, but we know Welt has his core back in Star Rail, so something happened. That means Barnier will eventually switch cores or do something. These cores are like candy. They can be switched, guys. And that means at some point in the Honkai 3rd universe, unless they do something weird where they copy the cores or something, that means in the Honkai 3rd Ward Galaxy, not universe, but galaxy, right? That means there is one Horseshoe core that down because it's in Star Rail's galaxy. No one knows what happens to the core in Barnier. Not yet, but we do know where the core ends up. Well, 100% guaranteed has the core in Star Rail. That has been confirmed. That's why Welt is still a powerhouse in Star Rail, and that's why Akron could sense Welt was dangerous. Welt is actually having Honkai energy and very low Honkai energy plays, so. And he's generating that, not soaking it in, because there's no Honkai energy around. It's also a reason that Welt can sense the Honkai energy in the Star Rail galaxy without having a battle suit or anything, of course. But he can sense it because he has the Herschel core. So even though we do not know what happens or how Barnier loses it or if it gets copied or anything, the story hasn't progressed that far yet, right? So in HI3, but we do know that Welt has the core and in Star Rail. So whatever happens 7, 8, 9 years later, I'm sure that will be revealed at some point. Also, the core being used to stop the Stellon energy in the Trailblazer when we first meet Welt. Welt is literally stopping the Honkai energy, and I think the Stellon has like Honkai energy, by the way. The Stellons, imaginary energy, Honkai energy, stuff like that. And then Welt does a bunch of other things that proves he has the core too. Or those videos on YouTube about it and stuff. He definitely has the core. Only Lilia and Rosia are the normal children in HI3. Every other child either matured too quickly or has amnesia like Sora, or the child trafficked like with May's rescue child. Okay. Even though Rosa and Lily are both semi-Honkai beasts to survive. Yeah, well, they've been spliced with Honkai genes, right? They've been experimented on, unfortunately.
聖フレイヤに入学したばかりのキアナとブローニャに似ています。あの頃、キアナは楽天的なバカで授業をサボって居眠りして赤点を取る問題児というだけじゃなくて、いつもメイ姉様につきまとっていました。そんなキアナが気に食わなかったブローニャはいつも文句を言っていました。納得しないキアナがブローニャに挑んでくるので、ブローニャも断りませんでした。しかしキアナは
I can think of lots of HSR children that are normal. I can also think of some of the normal children that are not really named in HI3 that are normal. Raven's orphanage, not all of those kids are mutated or anything like that. She's protecting those kids. There's a lot of normal-ish kids there. Even Sora, who has amnesia, she's normal-ish. But yeah, Raven's confirmed to have kids that are not unnormal. And then any main characters, probably not, because we're all introduced to the abnormal. Like we're hanging out with AE all the time. There's no one normal in AE. It's confirmed that all of them have artificial stigmatas. If that's the case, then they would experiment it on, obviously. Then we wouldn't have any examples, but there is the people in Arc City are normal. Those kids that were like in danger that Kiana saved in Arc City, like we saw kids running around up the stairs. There was a kid walking down the path, and they're not named, they're random citizens, but they're normal. Those people are all normal. In fact, most of the ward is all normal. They didn't even know about the Honkai stuff till Otto blabbed it on the broadcast. So yeah, we just you too, Alpha. Have a good night, Hinkley. Shower and bedtime. Yeah. So take care. Merry Christmas, Rafa. We will see you next time you come in. So thank you. That kid became a zombie because of Jackal, though. The kid in Orcs. Did they really? I didn't even know that. That must have skipped my. That must have skipped my perfume. How about all the side quests in this city, though? There's side quests in this city that we did not do, and 2 of those side quests in Chapter 26, or one of them at least, involves a kid. So there are like kids that are not experimented on in this area. It's just you have to do the side quests. I'm sure you'll find kids if you do the side quests, like normal kids, right? Not everyone in HI3 is mutated or whatever. The general public is actually very normal, right? So I am trying my best, but we know that most of the Earth cities in HI3 were unaware of the Honkai presence, so there has to be normal children there, okay? And most men are normal because they stay away from Honkai because they're not allowed anywhere near Honkai. So most men in the game, anyway. I'm not looking at the previous era. I'm talking about now. Otto just did a broadcast like at the beginning of this chapter, and he just told the ward about the Honkai and how they lied about it. Like most of the ward did not know about the Honkai. That means most of the ward is normal, okay? And they just get told that incidents happen. Now, we've been introduced to a lot of kids that's been given powers and stuff, like freaking X-Men over here. But we've just seen the most unfortunate people in this game, okay? The most unfortunate people turn out to be our main characters. It's like, so there is an author that I follow called Shannon Messenger, and I don't really follow that much anymore, but she made one of my favorite series called Keeper of the Lost Cities. Okay, she once said, Sophie is one of the best main characters out of any book series I have ever read today. All right, so Sophie Foster is the main character of the series, and Shannon kind of, in my opinion, made her after herself a little bit. But she once said about Sophie is, I love Sophie to pieces, blah blah blah. But she also said, I feel bad about doing so many bad things to Sophie, but that's how the story has to go. Is we have to keep doing bad things to Sophie because that's how you move the story forward and everything. And it's the same thing here. All of our main characters are the most unfortunate characters in the game, and I'm not quoting her. This is paraphrasing her. So anyway, with this game, it's the same kind of logic, right? In this game, we have the most unfortunate characters in the whole entire universe, in this universe, because that's how the story moves forward. So every character that we have on our screen here are the saddest, most unfortunate, most tortured, most tormented people in the whole galaxy, okay? Because we're the ones, because they're the ones that the story evolves around. So the other 99% of the Earth population are not like this. All right. It becomes two people's mass instead of.
今思い返してみると
Let's go back to
不思議な付き合い方だと思いますですがブローニャ
fate style incidents happen, gas leaks. Exactly. It's just like the Holy Grail War. Nothing to see here. The building exploded, gas, you know how it is. But it's the same thing as in like JJK too, right? When you have to go fight a demon or a yokai or whatever, then they close down the building and stuff, and they go, it's not safe here, it's gas leak. And almost every single anime has something like this to keep the status quo. That's what it was like before Otto made his announcement. So yes, most of the world is unaffected by Honkai because they have kept it secret. And then they recruit these young women, and because they have resistance to Honkai, naturally vinegar or whatever, they recruit them, and they do experiments and all kinds of stuff in order to turn them to warriors. And sometimes there are others that are naturally gifted and stuff like that. So. And by the way, they have confirmed over and over in the story that sometimes they destroy these young women's lives in order to make them who they are today, or they wouldn't be the warriors they are today. So they manipulated their lives, and sometimes they never even know that. So. Sometimes they even orphan these people in order to make sure that they have nowhere else to go to. And like, we're home, but you have to kill these Honkai if you want to, live with us. Alright. Am I not clicking? Okay, I was not clicking the right keys. I was all like, something's wrong here. I like that this chapter has gone on for hours and hours, and we would have probably already been through it if I wasn't yapping so much, but I like how it goes on for hours and hours, but we're still in the same places. Like, the story's progressed, but the location hasn't progressed. And I know that a lot of the Honkai games are like this, even Star Rail is. But I feel like this game is still working. And again, we're not even halfway to finish, right? I feel like this game is still learning how to make the areas interesting. So I'm sure they figured it out by now, but like the point where we are now. Like, I fought in this area maybe 8 times already since we've started this chapter. Like this specific square spot. Also, the variety on Honkai, I feel like, and enemies has gone down since the beginning of the game. In the beginning of the game, you could fight against people like Rita and stuff, and it would be like natural, and some of those fights were actually really well done. I feel like fighting random Honkai that doesn't have many variants, it's like they kind of gave up on giving you interesting enemies. Now, that's not all the time, though. There's some interesting Honkai bosses, though. I've had some good fights here and there. But I feel like at the beginning, when this game was getting going, fighting like characters that actively in the game did a lot more. Oh, I like activated this boss by accident. I didn't even realize. But that's okay. We'll take him on. He only has 3 bars, so he's not going to be that bad. He looks like one of the monkey things from HSR. Oh, she's good against him. Okay, cool. I haven't used Kiana in a while, so. Ooh. I like this version of Kiana. She does have a drawback, but she is a lot of fun to play. Alright. Oh, is this... Oh, I did not know this was a thing. I thought this was going to be easy, guys. It's not hard to dodge, though. Okay, I'm going to hit him with the sword if I can get close. Ooh. Nope, not good. Nope, I can't get away. Darn it. Oh, that was not good. Ooh. Who do I want? I want her. Oh, she's not gonna be good against him either. Yeah, I went the wrong way. If I went the other way, I could have avoided that giant hit and I wouldn't have an issue. Oh, that was fast. Oh, nope. Ouch. Okay. It's good she heals herself. Yeah, I have seen her ultimate in last night's stream. But yeah, I have seen her ultimate. Oh, look, I can actually fly. I did not actually know that. I could actually control the flight. This is that big one. Oh, I still got hit by it. What the? I got hit less, but... I don't know if this beast or this boss is like a test or something that I didn't have to do, but you know. I thought he was gonna be easy, 3 lives, and then he turned into like super monster. Ooh. That's not good. I did not get out of the way in time. Alright. Let's do this again. For Kiana, Bronya Reason counter. Bronya Reason is a counter to this guy. Okay, we didn't bring her though, so. I think I'm gonna win, unless there's gonna be a surprise somewhere. Oh, he fired me? Like, I got hit. I didn't get hit, but it seemed like I got the debuff, and then the debuff disappeared in an instant, so I think the game just messed up right there. Alright. It's all good. We're down to 1 life, I think, pretty soon. Yep. Alright, oh, nope, that's gonna be the big one. I wonder if I can dodge it at all, if... Nope. How did I get the second hit? That was stupid. Alright. She can at least take it, though. I should have just switched to this character every single time that he did it. So she could take it, because she heals a little bit, which is good. Yeah, that seems to be like an extra thing that we did, but that's okay.
どうしよう。本当に壊れちゃったのかも。ロザリアのせいだよ。ダメだって言ったのに。リリアの嘘つき。
Yeah, so unfortunately my reaction to it, we did the ultimate last night on stream, but for the flame scoring somewhere in that video, because I think that's the first time I played her last night, and I was trying like all the things because it's a very cool form, right? And then Bronya Reason countered this guy. Oh, did you take the Bronya rides her bike in the open world? I did. No, I haven't done it in the open world. I did it in battle, of course, but not in the open world. She is the fastest explorer in the open world if you use that battle suit. Okay, that's good to know. Maybe we'll try her out for fun. I feel like I don't feel like we did it in the open world. I rode the bike in battle a lot when I had to use her, right? So. I purposely have not used Bronya in this open world area yet, so.
そのまま話したらきっと怒られるよ。こうしよう。激しい戦いの中で運悪く敵に壊されたとか。
I'm just not the biggest fan of Bronya's battle style, I guess. I do like her Herschel form. I just don't love it. Like her Herschel form is probably the best battle suit I've had fun with her with. Now, it's a shame because we've had so many Bronya battle suits from the beginning, and most of them stink. Okay, so it kind of turned me off of like using her. Okay, cool. We got some progress here. You may have to save an exit though, because Kiana's down for the count, and she's gonna take like half an hour to an hour to recover. So maybe we'll switch to Bronya and do some motorbiking. I kind of want to switch out other Kiana too. She's really low in life.
だからロザリアは何もしてないし、私たちもまだ勝利を手に入れてないよ。もうすぐ手に入れるに決まってるわ。だってこれから最後の必殺技を使うんだから。どんな必殺技なの？今考えてるだから。今から考えるの？スーパーゴロゴロ。それとも無敵風化輪にしようかしら。
I love Bronya Reason. The moment I ride the bike in battle, I roll over enemies and they die so quickly. If you don't activate Bronya Ultimate, you have to use her charge attack 6 times and she still kicks butt. Yeah, so I've done that. I've done that in battle for sure. And I do like her Herschel battle suit. So I'm not saying it's awful. It's been... Oh, do I have to fight something again? I don't really have a lot right now. You know what? I can save an exit here. There's no one to fight, and I can switch the team. So, and then we'll just. Wait, is she the next chapter? Are we in the next chapter? Is this what this is? I love this picture. And look, Rita's playing with puppets on strings. I got spoiled. I'm very excited. So Rita is our first enemy of the 3 S rank Valkyries, obviously. I'm very excited. Okay, I'm super excited. You know what? I'm gonna build a Rita I Love Rita asset t-shirt for my VTuber, and we're gonna wear it sometimes. I love Rita. I love super powered maids in anime, and Rita fits mold. In fact, my favorite anime trope is the super powered maid, in my opinion. Alright, that's why I like Shannon from Legend of Heroes, and I like... See, I need to find a wife someday. And she should be, like, an anime maid. And, you know, protect me from the ward. I'm just kidding. I'm the man. Alright. Okay. Alright. Let's see. Do I... Oh, okay. I go to map. I can choose. Yeah, she's out of time. So let's change some people out. We talked so much about Barnya. I feel like we have to have her now. She's staying because she can heal. You have like no... Oh, no, you have full HP right now, it would seem. Okay, that's cool. She's out for 20 minutes, 28 minutes. What do we have here? We have Darkbolt Jonin. That's kind of cool. Jonin is the highest level of ninja in Naruto, and I feel like it's spelled slightly differently, but it's definitely Jonin. Interesting. And we know that this game takes a lot of Naruto references. So even HSR has it. So I'm almost tempted to have this Fuha. That's a Herschel. I like how she looks. I didn't really care for fighting. She's very bad at dodging. Like, or the way I dodge, I guess I could say. I didn't think she was really good at it. She's really strong. Like, we'll go with her. I know how to play her. We played her most of last night. I like how Remake comes in here. It reminds me of Mega Man. Like the start of Mega Man, where Mega Man comes down and like, we'll just use this as reference. By the way, if you never played Mega Man X in your life, you're missed out. That was one of my favorite games growing up. Oh my goodness, I love the music too. We're gonna keep the music cut because I don't know if Twitch will allow me to have the music. It's a video game. Oh, well, it's a video game. It should be fine. It's an old video game too. This is one of the greatest games ever made, by the way, guys. In my opinion. But, like, see how Mega Man comes down? And then, yeah, so that's what it reminds me of. I'm kind of like lagging because I really like the music, and I beat in this game so many times. Like I'd memorized this like whole, you know, scheme. Nothing for me. All right. You have to keep using charge attack for Jonin. She's basically Minato. Okay, that makes sense. In Naruto, just to clarify. No, I got what you said. Naruto's my favorite anime, so as soon as you said that, I was like, oh, interesting. Yeah, so basically it's a copy from Naruto. So, not surprising. Why is there Honkai here now? Like, just random Honkai over the place. They just don't want us to progress. Like, these Honkai were not here. I know it's because I left the level, but I feel like they weren't here in the first place. Alright. They were not strong, so it's okay. Alright, we're gonna skip this because we've already talked to them. Okay. So Rita's our first S-rank Valkyrie. This might actually be a lot of fun because this means we're overcoming things that we could never touch before, which are the S-rank Valkyries. Is that Rita? Oh, I was so excited for Rita for a second. I do miss the fights early on in the game where we actually fought against story characters. Like, we had a fight against Herschel's and all kinds of stuff that was really good fights. There was this one fight that I died like 8 times on, and I thought it was really good, even though I got game overs. I had to learn how to beat it, and it was really good. I feel like we just haven't had those fights in a long time. Oh, wow. Alright, let's see. That's right. Astral Harness, the one Dondra shared access to her bubble word to Rita. So now Rita has her own Astral Harness. Reason being is because if Juju died, her bubble would also die. So now Rita can sell Juju's burden. Okay, because that's how much they trust each other. That makes sense. Remember in chapter 25, Juju went and tried to find the imaginary anchor, her bubble word to it. Yep, I do remember that. It did not work. The Holy Blade, Dondra had to find the workaround. Yes, I do remember that. Man, that was a long, long talking chapter. To allow you to share the burden, the Astral Harness. Yep. Although you explained everything that they did in that chapter in 2 paragraphs, pretty much. And they explained it in 3 hours. And I'm being generous, so it's probably longer than 3 hours. She even says cheatery, like that's totally stolen from Naruto. Cheatery or 1,000 birds. That's what cheatery means, by the way. Or chidori. So cheatery is Chinese version, chidori is Japanese. So by the way, the lightning move, Chidori or Chidori in this, it got its name of 1,000 birds because the lightning sparks that comes off of the lightning crackle sounds like the chirping of 1,000 birds. and it's a very famous move in all kinds of media now, but it was first made famous through Naruto. Okay. Yeah, right there. And it's also Sasuke's #1 move in Naruto. It's Sasuke's #1 move, and Kakashi invented it. Now you might be wondering why I like using Ren and Mei so much. And it's not because I don't like the other characters or anything. It's because she has a healing factor, so I don't need to worry about her life as much. It just makes me less stressed worrying about life all the time. To allow you to share the burden, i.e. the astral. Okay, astral harness basically is Herschel equivalent power, except for finality house. Okay.
なるほど。正体ですか。
正体？
ここに残ってどんどん小さくなる障壁の中で生存できる空間を探すか、それとも正体を受け相手と向き合うか。どうであれ、この正体を送ってきた相手は本当におもてなしが好きなようですね。
You know, if it is Rita, which we probably know because you said we were spoiled. If it's Rita, this might be seen as a betrayal by Bronya, or maybe Rita will let us go after a little while because she made that promise to Bronya. Like that moment with Bronya where she's talking about like what would you do for your comrades and things like that. I feel like that's going to come into play here, especially since we're using Bronya for this. Like, she's in the story moment. So I can already predict this is going to be a factor. Probably a Japanese character also called Chidori. Yeah, so Japanese characters can be named Chidori too. But I think it's based on the Naruto move. We've seen so many Naruto aspects, and even in the fight between Kiana and Raiden Mei, it feels like you're watching an episode of Naruto. I'm not gonna lie. So I think for us to assume that they got the name Chidori or Chidori from anything other than Naruto would be a far assumption. Especially since Raiden Mei has always, since receiving the Thunder Herschel power, has a lot of similarities to Sasuke in the moves that they do and the way they fight. And among other things, like her joining the bad guys was very much like Sasuke too.
ゼーレはブローニャお姉ちゃんの判断を信じる。ロザリアとリリアは何ここに入ると敵をぶん殴れるの？やっぱりロザリアは黙った方がいいと思う。とりあえず意義なしってことかな。みんな。
It's possible if not. Mei saying Chidori before Prova draw a sword. Prova being a bird, apparently. Probably a Japanese character. Oh, okay, I get it. A character as in a word. Okay, or a kanji. I get it. Yeah, I agree with that. No, I did not read the comment before. That made what you said afterwards. I agree with it. I took what you said afterwards incorrectly because I did not read the comment before. You're right. So Mei is saying Chidori bird, draw a sword, which means bird apparently. Like I said, the word Chidori or Chidori means 1,000 birds, and you know, her saying the thing before it probably means bird, and yeah, it just makes so much sense. Yep.
殺意が空気から伝わってくる。
Okay, so I click right here.
これはまさか
Could this be again? Probably Rita, because Bronya is the one that's. Oh, we're in the theater of domination,
支配劇場。
and it forces us to be Bronya. Like even if I didn't bring Bronya, probably would have forced us to be her anyway.
みんながいませんね。また引き離された
Could this be the first fight she wins as a Herrscher, guys?
人形の
Wouldn't that be cool? I don't think they would let us beat Rita, though.
彼女は
Not yet. I feel like it's too early in the game. But we'll see. Let's listen for the music. I want to see if there's cool music. It's okay. I feel like it's too subtle here. I know the Theater of Dominance is a very subtle, scary place, but I feel like it needed to be a different type of subtle. Not this. So this is a little bit unfortunate right here. Not what I wanted. Alright, that's okay though. Alright, so we're going down here. Okay, this sounds like a Rita. Yep, it's Rita. Rita has a very smooth operator voice, and this is it.
やっぱりあなたでしたか。リータ・ロスバイセン。
I'm keeping with tradition. Should I say welcome to the theater of domination? That's funny. She is Rita Wasai. Oh, I love this artwork. She looks great right here. I've been looking forward to this for a long time. Silver Wolf of the Urals. Okay, so it's assassin versus assassin here.
今は敵同士
We
です。
meet as enemies today. There's no need for formalities. See, we just talked about being friends, and it wasn't even that long ago. So I don't. Yeah, so I know Rita will probably follow Otto on this, but I feel, and I knew that Rita would. She doesn't really have any cause to follow in Otto as of right now, but I feel like this is a fake out. I don't think she's going with Otto. She's too loyal to Dondro, so I feel the reason is maybe a test for Barnya. I don't know. They had that deep conversation, so I don't believe she would be this excited about fighting Barnya. I really don't. We meet as enemies. There's no need for formalities. Oh, Barnya said that. That's why I was confused. I was like, why would Rita say this and then say this afterwards? Please don't say that. My respect for you is genuine, Barnya. That doesn't change despite being on opposite sides. Really? And who vowed that she wouldn't become my enemy? I was being honest when I said that. To be precise, I don't want to be enemies with anyone, regardless of whether it's AE or Jigsaw, Hyperion or Master Otto. I want to maintain a neutral position and fulfill my obligations. Alright, let's see. I don't want to miss any words on this. That's why I turned off the auto. The Herschel Reason core is Kipper type core, so Barnya is really weak right now. The OG welt had complete capability. The second welt is only 20% on average, and the highest welt. I don't know what percentage he is in Star Rail. He might have got better on it. We don't have that information. Welt in Star Rail is much stronger than Welt in this game, and we know that. So again, some people estimate Welt can use 50% now. Others imagine Welt can go 100% for a limited time. So there's been some theories on how much Welt has adapted to the core, but we do know that he has adapted more than 20% now. I don't know what Bronya's max out is, but I do think Welt is the best Herschel of Reason ever. It's just he hasn't, like, Welt's taken a long time to access that power, in my opinion. And I do think Bronya has a high convergence for it too. And Bronya is younger, so 50% because his body gave out before he exceeded 50. Okay. Oh god, capability was 50%. Bronya is on average higher than second well, but Bronya is achieved full 100% in the future. It's called the true Hersho region, Hersho truth. OG well had capability, second well had technique. Bronya had both capability. Okay, I see. That makes sense. Well, second well is a genius and it's able to do more with little. So remember that comparison I made of Welt from Star Rail, and that's before I ever played HI3, okay? So Welt from Star Rail, I literally said was Kakashi. I've said this ever since I started playing Star Rail. Welt has limitations like Kakashi. In fact, I think they made him around Kakashi. Everything about Welt screams Kakashi to me, okay? Welt, or second Welt, has technique, which is something Kakashi has. Kakashi has the Sharingan, which is always draining his power, you know, in Naruto Shippuden. I'm not going to spoil Boruto, but in OG Naruto and Naruto Shippuden, Kakashi has constant power drain from him from the Sharingan. So his chakra reserves are always limited. What Kakashi could do and made him such a powerhouse compared to other ninjas is he's able to use technique and basically just be better than everyone else as far as technique go, and he could make what little chakra he had go farther than most ninjas who had a lot more chakra than him. Now, Kakashi is a military genius, and I feel like Welt is too. He could do more with little. Now, I do believe that Welt does get stronger at the core. Everything in Star Rail points to that. How much stronger, we just don't know, but we do believe he is over 50% in Star Rail. And that is the majority of the community, including myself, from what I've seen. Especially in the future that we saw in the trailer, Minister Celestial trailer, whatever it's called, number 8 that came out before the most recent patch, where we saw Welt fighting the white person or whatever. Welt is a powerhouse now. Now, he is top tier, but he's lower top tier. He would lose against most of the awful, like the top 1% of Star Rail, okay? He would probably lose against the top 1% in Star Rail, but he would be such a nasty adversary that they wouldn't want to fight him, okay? Because they won't come out of it they won't come out of it easily. They won't come out of it with without almost dying. Welt is that dangerous, okay? Can he defeat everybody? No. Can he make it hard for every single person that's not an Eon? Yes. And even Eons might have a hard time against Welt just because of the type of powers he has. Now, don't get me wrong, Eon wins, okay? It's not even comparable. But could Welt imprison an Eon? Probably, maybe. By killing himself, yeah. Probably, maybe. I have no clue if Welt rebuilt his body with the help of future HI3 characters, making him 100% compatible. I have a feeling he could be 100%, if not 80, okay? I feel like we don't have confirmation yet, and I feel like Welt has a battery, so he's probably not 100%, okay? He does have a battery. I feel like he can lose fights that take longer. Like I said, I feel like he's built like Kakashi, okay? But he is strong enough to make Akron blink an eye at him and not want to fight him, okay? That's telling you something. She's the strongest emanator we've ever seen in game, and she was super weary of Welt meeting him for the first time. And she even, like, came out and said that she knew he had a synthetic black hole. She knew Welt's arsenal and was still like, I don't want to fight this guy. Like, okay. That tells you how dangerous Welt is, all right? And he's only getting stronger over time, right? Welt's not staying static, all right? I just want to maintain a neutral position, and that's my opinion. I think, well, by the time we're all done with HSR3, Welt comes out as one of the most powerful characters to ever be in the Honkai universe. I guarantee you. Guaranteed. I'm calling it now. I just want to maintain a neutral position and fulfill obligations. And that's the same way Kakashi is in Naruto. Kakashi becomes more powerful, and Kakashi becomes this almost untouchable thing for a time. And I feel like Welt's trajectory is Kakashi's trajectory, okay? Now, does he stay the most powerless? No, but he's going to have a period where he is just almost untouchable. And I feel like that's coming. I have no clue. Okay. You combined HSR and HI3, laugh out loud. HSR3. Oh, yeah. Well, they're both Honkai, so yeah. That is funny. I love this artwork though, and look at her little like crown hair ornament. It's like all fiery glow. She is one of the best antagonists in this game ever. You know how I latched on to Sparkle being one of the best villains in Star Rail, and so is Lycurgus, even though I hate the way he talks, but Xandar and Lycurgus was great villains. I really hate listening to them though. But Rita is in that circle of great villains in the Honkai universe for me. And she's not even technically a villain, and neither is Sparkle at this point. Okay, Sparkle's more of a friend than villain at this point. She's a friend of me, okay? And Rita right now is a friend of me, alright? They're great frenemies, alright? So, now Rita is as powerful as average Chandra, so no normal Husho can fight her, but she cannot fight Astral Harnesses, Dondra. Yeah, no, I agree with you. Dondra is like a cavern. Rita is a powerhouse, okay? She wouldn't be an Valkyrie without it, but she doesn't rely on her power, nor does she plan. So she has extraordinary power, but nor does she work on it or rely on it, okay? She does not have as much power as Dondra, but Dondra is always working out her power and becoming stronger and stronger. Rita power is increasing, but at a lower rate, just by her becoming better, right? But she's all about technique, assassin, stealth, all kinds of other things that she has in her repertoire, which she can be overpowered because of this, but she's also not more skilled than Dondra, because Dondra is very skilled in the moves that she does, which brings a lot of power, but it's a different type of fighting. Alright. So say goodbye to that wish of Bronya winning Glaze Rita. By the way, I predicted that sooner, by the way. It's really funny. Bronya has not won a single fight as the Herschel reason yet. And I guess she has another metamorphosis into the Herschel of Truth or whatever. Which, cool. But she hasn't won yet, and it doesn't look like she would. I even predicted that, though. Remember when I was going up the stairs, and I said that it's probably too soon for us to win against Rita? So, yeah. Forgive me for being blunt, but don't you seem very neutral at the moment? I'm sorry for giving you that impression. After leaving that Hyperion, some things happened, which resulted in a slight change in my position. But please relax, I have no intention to harm you. Even the puppets I control are nothing more than keys Master Otter lent to me. They can't move on their own. The real powers of the Herrscher dominance have already been transferred to Otter. In this seat of domination, there is nothing that will actively hurt you. I can guarantee that if you just wait here for a while, I will respectfully escort you out afterwards. Wait for a while until 12 hours, Otto mentions that, right? So Rita would just be willing to sit here and just imprison Bronya and just like stay out of the fight. I bet she prefers that. She knows it's not going to happen. In fact, Rita should have just hid in a room or something. I don't know. I guess she wanted to talk to Bronya though. She couldn't help herself. Ao Yuki is, I think, her VA. Her VA is very beautiful sounding. I'm not going to look her up because, jealous. I can't voice act. But her VA has a very beautiful voice.
ブローニャさんは賢い人です
You've
ね
always been so
し
bright.
かし
Like, listen to this. This just rolls off the. If I'm not gonna lie, if she's married, the husband's lucky. I would say, speak Rita to me every night. Oh my goodness. All right, but I feel that way about Kafka. I feel that way about other characters I can't even think of right now. I think Castris even has a pretty voice. Kafka has a great voice. I think Silverwolf has a great voice. I just can't remember everyone I like at the moment because it's late, and I do plan on keep playing because I'm having fun. So I don't think just because I'm tired I'm done. I'm not. But I do think that they have a lot of good voice actors on the Japanese / Chinese / English versions of these. They did a really good job. You've always been so bright, Konya, but giving... also, there's a lot of Silver Wolf talk, and I can see why they named the Branya look-alike in HSR. One of the Branya looks-alikes. One of the many, right? Branya looks alike Silver Wolf. It makes perfect sense. Okay. You've always been so bright, Branya, but given the current situation, you may not need to wait for long. Ooh, the music changed. I love that. You do have to admit, out of all the characters in the game, Rita has probably the most style. Like her entrances and just her general attitude and stuff. Like this is like some boss, like I don't know, like this is some like boss lady style, I guess you could say. Also in her new art for, you know, the new Rita coming out or whatever, Battlesuit. Again, she just has like this really cool style. I'm trying to think. I had something to show you, but now I don't remember because, again. Okay, she voices Azrael from Slime 300. Does she really? I had no idea. Okay, so I have seen Slime 300, obviously. I spent 300 years killing slimes. I think that's what he meant by Slime 300. So I spent 300 years killing slimes. It's a pretty fun anime, I'm not gonna lie. I do think it's a little weird how all the characters are women, and it gets like a little bit annoying that there's not more men in it. I know I'm a guy, but there comes a time when there's just too many, and there needs to be some dudes. That show needs more dudes in it. It's 2 seasons right now. It's not the best anime, but the animation is pretty, and some of the things are, you know, fun in it. Lucy from Cyberpunk. Okay, yeah, okay. Lucy had a very pretty voice, which makes sense. It's Rita's voice. I think part that makes Rita special too is how she plays Rita, though. So not every character she plays is going to sound like Rita. Now, there might be some words that sound together or anything, but it's also Rita's attitude, right? From Genshin, the girl MC. No way. So we did choose the girl MC, and she hasn't got to the point where she talks, okay? Hopefully that changes soon. I heard that later on in Genshin, the Traveler talks a whole lot more because of, oh, but I'm playing the English. Maybe I can switch it to the Japanese when she starts talking. Because I would rather hear Rita's voice than, I don't know. I haven't heard the English voice actors for, but if it's Rita, then we might have to do that. I'm sure there's an option somewhere. Alright. If Branya understands correctly, the guarantee you just made depends on us following your plan. What if I decide to leave? Then you have to forgive my lack of manners. unless you are able to change my mind somehow. Oh, she's giving her the opportunity to change her mind. You have to forgive my lack of manners.
暗黒のバラは最後の一戦で最善
Umbrella
を尽くし
Rose will fight hard in her last battle and won't let you down.
このメ
When
ッセ
you
ー
left
ジを
this
残した
girl,
時
I
には
guess you
もう
didn't expect this
これからの
development.
展開を予想していたのですよね。
ええ、その通りです。妥当な判断だと。
Oh, if I'm looking at it correctly, she also voices Madoka? Really? I didn't know that. So when I watch an anime, I normally watch the Japanese and the English version. I normally come back to the series. Madoka is one of the few series I didn't go back to. So and by the way, I know the title. It's just a lot of M's, guys, and I don't want to tongue tie myself.
あなたにとってはそうでしょう。中立を歌いながらオットーの任務をクリアし、ブローニャ
I might have to go back and look at that series. It might be a much younger voice actress back then.
あなたは損をしません。
And she might not even sound the same though.
ですが
What I've noticed about my friends who do the English voice acting, like
たちはみんな消えてしまいます。
Chomi Lee or Brianna, or not Brianna, well, Brianna Nickelbacker and Ryan Bartley and, you know, Kylie Mills and so on and so forth, okay? All these voice actors, Bryce Papenburg, they all use the same voice in a lot of things, although recently they have been changing the voice for characters, but they used to use the same voice for like every character they played. Now they are changing their voices and it's getting harder and harder to pick them out. Except for Brianna. Brianna has this like angel-like voice, and they probably just wanted to have her same voice in like everything. I'm not even gonna lie. Like her natural voice acting voice is like super precious. Oh, if I'm looking at it correctly, okay. I have no clue how Rita voices Tanya. That Jin Seidel. Oh, that's funny. But if we fail, also I do know how she voices her. It's almost the same way as Rita. Like, why wouldn't those characters be similar? She probably just she's probably more ecstatic in that role. But it's probably, she probably uses a very similar voice to Rita. Again, I don't know if I ever listened to the Japanese version, so I'm just like, I don't remember if I did. So this voice actress is Japanese, I assume, because she's in a bunch of anime and stuff. They normally don't have a Chinese person in all those animes, obviously. So, I'm pretty sure we agree she's Japanese because she's speaking Japanese here, so.
なんとも思わないんですか。どうしてそこまでして彼の命令に従うんですか。
その点
Most of these characters are Japanese.
仲間を失望させるようなことはしないよう
Which
に
Honkai is such a rare like collaboration between Japanese and
私の決意です。
yes, I mean that. Oh no, I'm talking. So when I said Japanese, I'm talking about the nationality of Rita's voice actress.
これ以上話しても無駄です。
I assume it's Japanese. She's Japanese, but I don't know. I never looked her up, so I'm not gonna lie. I'm becoming a fan. If she ever hits the United States, I'm getting her autograph, and I'm bringing to Rita. Yes, is Japanese. I know I've heard that name before. I wonder what other anime she's done. I feel like I've heard that name before. She's pretty famous. I keep up on my Japanese voice actors, but I only get to see them once a year, and it's at Anime Expo. There's not a lot of... Actually, they've been coming to more cons recently. That's not true. It used to be once a year, but they've been showing up at other cons lately. I'm going to a Japanese/style con in at the beginning of January. It's called ALA, and it's Anime Los Angeles, even though it's in Palm Beach. Don't ask me why. There's a long history on why this is, but I go every year. But they've started getting Japanese like bands over and singers, and for the last couple of years, we've been treated to famous Japanese gur bands and stuff, and it's been a lot of fun. I got autographs from like famous Japanese girls who's in like special bands there and stuff, and dancers and all kinds of stuff. When I say dancers, I mean wholesome dancers, of course. Like girl, they sing and dance too, you know. All right. I need to get her. Okay. Oh, why am I using Bean? Alright. Bean does nothing. Bean is like the worst thing ever. I hate Google too, but Bean is, Bean doesn't even get you what you want half the time. Oh, what am I even doing? AOI. Okay, so I have seen her before. In fact, I have seen her a lot. She plays Mommy in Winter Girlfriend. Okay. No, I've seen her a lot, and like she's also. Oh, you know what's funny? I think she looks better without the glasses too. She play Momo in Apothecary Diaries? Is that what I'm seeing from there? But yeah, this guy's great, by the way. I wish I was as charismatic as this guy, but anyway. Yuki is cheeky and awesome. So she's the most cheeky. That's why I like Rita's voice. Also, she's really cute without glasses. But anyway. Oh, she does play Momo from Apothecary Diaries. Actually, I think she does a terrible job as Momo. I'm not going to lie. She sounds too much like Naruto in Apothecary Diaries. See, like I said, I normally watch the Japanese version and the American version, and in my opinion, she does a terrible job as Momo from Apothecary Diaries. So that's one role I do not like her at all. Like, I'm very adamant that I don't like that. Okay, so I have heard her a ton before. So there's Madoka from Magic. You see, there's too many M's. I can't really say it well, but yes, I do know the series, just so that everyone knows I'm the anime expert. But I definitely can't really Madoka Magica. Okay, I can't really say it like on the tip of my tongue, so I'm always embarrassed when I have to talk about this, and I have to talk about it a lot because if you've never seen the series, most horrific deaths ever. Alright. And again, I don't like a lot of sad things, but it's a famous anime. I have to be an expert on it. Okay. Let's take a look at all these. So, Lucy from Cyberpunk, I can see it. Tanya, like I said, I could definitely see her from Tanya. It was not a stretch for me. Tamaki from Fire Force. I think I knew that. So I knew that. I remember it, and I have seen Fire Force in Japanese as well. So yes, I can see it. Mommy, I have seen Winter Girlfriend in English. I don't ever remember if I've seen Winter Girlfriend in Japanese. I'm gonna have to see it because Mommy is like a perfect character for her. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, I'm like the guru on Winter Girlfriend these days, and one of the only people on the internet that would defend it, even though it's a very popular series and everyone's just ashamed to admit it, right? But Mommy's a perfect character for it. I am definitely going to have to do I'm definitely going to have to watch in Japanese now just to see the difference. I think that's going to be my pet project pretty soon. the spider, I had no idea because I am forced to watch this in English because one of the voice actresses I know, Brianna Nickelbacker, voices her in English. So that's why I haven't seen this one in Japanese. Right? One of the reasons. But I probably won't go back and watch it. There's not enough episodes for me to do that. Yuki from Sword Art Online, I would have never guessed. I have seen Sword Art Online in Japanese as well. I do have a lot of friends that voice characters in the English, like Chermy Lee, Frostnai, and Bryce, or people I consider friends anyway. Yeah, okay. Sounds good. I just wouldn't have guessed. She seems to be very versatile. I have seen Deadly Sins, but I think I've only seen that in English. I've seen almost all of these. I would have never guessed she was a frog. Why would you cast her as a frog? She must be very versatile. Oh, I can see her as this character. This is from ReZero right here. She's perfect as this character, and I do watch ReZero in Japanese and in English because the English voice actors and actresses are top tier, and actors. Roswell, Sabaru, all the guys played in it are top tier too. Reinhardt, but all the Japanese are just as top tier. So yes, I have heard her in this role, and I think she's great in it. I've heard her as Mabel for sure. Now, I've seen almost all of these. There might be one or two I haven't seen, but it's just a matter of time before I see them. I have not seen all of them in Japanese, but I've seen most of them. So I haven't seen Spy Classroom. I don't know what that is. I haven't seen an anime called that, but it might exist. Ace Attorney, the video games / I wonder if she does the anime or the video games or both. I don't know if this is a main character. I'm not an Ace Attorney fan. I never have been. It's a little bit too out there for me. And I like Danganronpa, but Ace Attorney. Oh, she plays Suji from Fate Grand Order. Oh, okay, that's a good pick. I don't play a lot of Fate Grand Order, but I keep up with lore stuff, and I do plan to watch all the animes on Fate Grand Order and all the lore, because Fate is my 11th favorite series of all time, so all the main stuff before Fate Grand Order I'm an expert. Alright, in my opinion. Azure Lane I have not played or seen. Slime has scared me on this. Arc Knights I have played, and I remember this character. Now, I haven't played the original Arc Knights, but I did play the sequel at the beta for the sequel, because anime not Anime LA, it was AX. Man, I'm blanking on names because I'm so tired. AX. Okay, I played at AX. They had the beta out, and they let us play for a long time. So I played that, and then the Traveler, of course, and we will hear her if I have an option to switch to Japanese. I'm curious how she would do with such a pure character. But it seems like she has a lot of range. Like, these are not all easy characters to, like, voice differently. And I can tell you her voice here, and her voice here, her voice here, and her voice in the character Rita as well. And where's Rita on here? And there's no Rita. But they have the Azure Lane character, but no Rita. Like, maybe it's because Azure Lane has an anime connected to it too. I don't know. But anyway, her birthday is March 27th. Wow, her birthday's like right next to mine. I'm not even gonna lie. But that's cool. I like a lot Futaba from Persona 5. I would have never guessed that. It looks like she has a wide range, so I may not like her in every voice. Like, I would have never probably guessed that she plays Momo. I really hate her voice in Momo. It sounds too much like Naruto. Oh, she plays her too. I just watched Gosick. It's only one season. It's a shame it didn't get more seasons. It's 2014, I think. But it's a shame it didn't get more seasons. I may have to listen to this in Japanese just to hear her voice on it. And then Slime 300. I'm definitely gonna. I have heard her, and maybe I have not. I'm definitely gonna have to like look at the Japanese version and rewatch it. I normally do anyway, but maybe I'll put a hurry on it. I know if there's a dub, I'll watch the dub first. If there's a Japanese version, I normally go back and watch the Japanese version because I like doing both. If there's only Japanese, then I'll watch only Japanese. There's most of my series are only Japanese these days because I'm like in the like cupboards as far as like anime watching. Like Crunchyroll is having trouble finding me anime to watch because I've seen so many. Like I'm at the like bottom ends of I have to go like to other places to find anime I haven't seen before. It's getting that bad. Kiana voices Louis from the Louis from the Familiar of Zero. Okay, cool. Happy. No way. Kiana voices Happy from Fairy Tail. I have seen Fairy Tail in Japanese too. That's funny. That's funny. I do like Kiana's voice. I don't like Happy's voice. So there's a Momo from Dan to Dan. Oh, I have watched Dan to Dan in Japanese and English, so I know both voices. Okay. Momo in Dan to Dan is voiced very well, so I like that. Kuga from Gintama. Oh, she's Kuga from Gintama. That makes so much sense. Okay. And apparently yeah, if you're gonna voice Happy, I guess you can voice Pikachu. She has a very naturally high voice, so I get it. May voices. I think May's voice is very pretty too. Xian in SAO. So I have seen SAO in Japanese as well, and Sion's voice in SAO is nothing special to me. It really isn't. Bisarmin in Noragami. Oh, by the way, Noragami is one of the best animes I've ever seen, and sadly, it stopped at the second season. I wish they would make more, but there was something really weird about what happened to the author of Noragami. Like, people haven't heard from him in 5 years. Apparently, there's a lot of rumors, and again, everything I'm saying is a rumor. But the author of Noragami, like, no one knows what's up with it. Okay, it's very sad because it's actually a really great anime in my opinion. Sad day. That anime reminds me of Spirited Away, and Spirited Away is my favorite Studio Ghibli film. But like Noragami is very much in the spirit of Spirited Away, and it's a shame we don't have more. I'm telling you, the 2 seasons are definitely worth watching though. It was a long time ago that I saw Noragami. I don't remember if it's still on Crunchyroll or not, but you guys should check it out. I remember there was a time when Noragami got taken off, and it was really hard to find it anywhere. So I don't know if Crunchyroll got it back or if you can find it on Netflix. But if you ever do find it, it's 2 seasons. It's fantastic. Baby Beal from Belsazar. Okay, I haven't seen Belsazar, but Belzebub. It's a demon name. I know that from Charmed. Yeah, it's probably an anime I wouldn't be willing to. From High School to Dead. Okay, the character will. Okay, that character. Physics by moving faster than a bullet. that was a little bit outlandish, wasn't it? All right. Have you watched HXH? Cooper is voiced by May. I have not. Is that high school, whatever it's called. I watched one episode of it and I turned it off. No, I'm thinking of DX or whatever. Oh, Hunter x Hunter. No, I've seen. So I'm not gonna lie. I don't like the graphics in Hunter x Hunter or the animation style. Now, do I plan to watch the whole thing? Yes. Do I know more than the average watcher of HXX or Hunter x Hunter? Yes, I do. Have I seen the whole thing? I have not. So I do plan to go back to it. I don't like the animation style. I don't care about the characters. I know the voice actors and actresses in it. I do know. I mean, everyone likes Clown and everything, but it's just there's a lot of stuff that I just don't care in it. I don't care about the main character. I don't care about white hair with special eyes. I don't. You see what I'm saying? And I'm one of the few people that Hunter x Hunter didn't really attach onto it. Did I try to watch it? Yes. Did I get bored? I got very bored. I do have to go back to it. There's a lot of people who love it. And maybe I have to, after a couple years, or, it's been like 7, right? After a couple years, I probably should go back to it and give it the old college try again. But, yeah. Yeah, Hunter x Hunter. See, I was thinking of another anime when you said HXH, and you have to attribute that to my, being tired. I was thinking of one that I watched 2 episodes of, or no, it was an episode of. It was like the high school one that everyone talks about, DxD. That's what I was thinking you were saying. DxD, and I could not get through the first episode. I was all like, this is too much for me. I feel terrible even like watching this. It's just sickened me. Now I do get told by people that it gets less like that and it gets a little bit better, but again, it's not for me. I think my life is better without it. Okay, I am an anime expert, but that doesn't mean I have to give up. Like, I have to be okay with looking at myself in the mirror. All right, that's just the line. All right, don't watch the XD. It's basically, yeah, I agree. That was my perception of it as well, and that made me go away. I would never like. I don't do hentai. I don't do any of that. That was like a line that was passed in the first episode for me, and I couldn't, with a good conscience, keep watching it. That was one I walked away from. Yep. Save your Beth, Banya order about, and I won't change her mind. Banya will choose her own path and won't be hanging around here. If Umber Rose, no Jigsaw, S rank. Valkyrie, Rita, Waswa wants to stop Barnya, now's the time to do it. I didn't expect you to give in, Barnya, since you won't be persuaded. Show me what you got. Okay, let's go lose, guys. I watched all 4 seasons and lots of related anime to DxD in genre. So I know lots of animes worse than DxD, but no, I ain't rewatching any of them. Yeah, and like I said, I'm not trying to be judgy. I'm not trying to point anything out. There's just, everyone has a line. And my line was that one episode. Juvia is... I hated Juvia. I'm not saying her voice acting job. She did a good job. I think the Juvia in Japanese did much better than the one in English, in my personal opinion. I don't know if you remember Biggles, who was here earlier, or you can see in the YouTube chat anyway. Biggles was talking earlier and he was like drunk. I think you were here for that though. But his favorite character in Fairy Tail is Juvia. He's actually having one of my friends make a Juvia painting from. But my favorite character in Fairy Tail is Lucy Hawferia, of course. So, but I've never liked Juvia in Fairy Tail. I don't hate her. I just dislike her. And every time she comes on screen, I'm like, move on. So, again, I'm glad Juvia ends up with Gray. It's fine, but it's just I don't care. But yeah, her voice acting as Juvia was superior to the English one, in my opinion. Although the English one's voice is very pretty, again, it rubbed me the wrong way. I don't think the voice was awful or anything. I think it fits Juvia. The voice in Japanese, I remember enjoying it more.
彼女はあれらの怪物を操れるのでしょうか。あの変わった力は彼女の新しい力でしょうか。
Oh, by the way, I rewatched Apothecary Diaries from last night, and I'm already like halfway through season 2. I watched so many Apothecary Diaries things in such a short time. Alright. I was rewatching because I ran out of anime that I was interested in on Crunchyroll. Oh, I am down to like, I am not doing well. I did not realize I was so hurting. I kind of want to save this for, I want to save something in the tank for Rita. Oh, Rita's right here. This is our first fight against a story character in Solon, and I loved the way she was RP walking around. I thought it was great. This is what I'm talking about. The game needs more of this, guys. Now, Rita is not even, not even, I feel like she's playing with us. Yeah, she needs to be faster. So in the early game, we had a lot of enemies that were story enemies, and they were really fast. Like, it looked like I was Dragon Ball Z fighting them if you look at the replays. They need more enemies like that. But I feel like they made it easier a little bit as far as the story goes, because people are playing on their phones and stuff. I feel like they did that with HSR2. There was some fights that were really hard, and then other fights that were not so hard. And I feel like they want to make sure that people don't get frustrated or something, but I really enjoyed the early game play of the harder bosses. It made me feel like I was really accomplishing something. I wish they would go back to that just a little bit. Okay, so Siegfried voiced Gilgamesh and Sincere voiced Enkidu use charge attacks consecutively. Okay. The thing about Gilgamesh is I think Gilgamesh was ultimately better in the English version. Now, it depends which Gilgamesh he actually did, though. I don't know if you know this about Fate, right? Gilgamesh had English and a Japanese voice actor back in 2006 when they did the Unlimited Blade Works movie, which is before they did the anime. The Unlimited Blade Works movie had a really cool fight with Saber and Gilgamesh, but it's not actually canon to the actual series. So the thing is, the anime did a much better job or anything, but which Gilgamesh did he voice? I guess I should ask. Was it the 2006 Gilgamesh, or was it the one in the actual anime of Unlimited Blade Works? Or maybe he did both. I don't know. But I do have to say, if it's the anime, Unlimited Blade Works anime, English Gilgamesh did a better job. Like, I can't stop thinking of Gilgamesh without the English voice actor. So he did not do the Unlimited Blade Works movie if he didn't do the 2006 one. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Also, you have to remember Fate started in 2004 as far as like anime stuff goes. So I'm not talking about Unlimited Blade Works anime, but Fate, like Saber came from 2004. You have to remember Fate Zero came out before Fate Unlimited Blade Works and stuff like that. So anyway, yeah. Okay, so he didn't do the movie, but he did the anime. Okay, sounds good. So he did the anime, which is the better version of Gilgamesh, for sure. And, but again, I'm going to say the English voice actor outacted him. According to me, I think the English voice actor for Gilgamesh was just something really special. Also, I think Gilgamesh is one of the best anime villains of all time. I've always held this opinion, and I probably will forevermore. He is top 3, if not top 1. I think I can maybe pull out another villain out there to like maybe unsee him, but when I think of anime villains, Gilgamesh is the first one that comes to my mind. Like, out of the thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of anime I've seen, by the way, I said 4,000s on purpose, I've seen, Gilgamesh is top 3 no matter what, and I would have to think very hard if he's not number 1, who number 1 would be on like greatest villains of all time. So, for anime. You have to forgive me, Miss Barnya. An ordinary body relying on battle, she shouldn't be able to block all the attacks from a Herschel reason. She's more accustomed to hand-to-hand combat than Barnya is. She's more experienced and aware, but she doesn't explain. Barnya's influence that she sees in strength power doesn't come from. That was a good warm-up. It's time to put our skills to the test, Miss Barnya. Of course, both sides have backup. Who knows, if we want to get out with this, we're ignoring crushing power and surprising moves and get right down to basics. This is common sense on the battlefield. I take it you understand, Barnya, and I have to trust you also have something up your sleeve. To be honest, Barnya wasn't planning to use this, at least not here. I should say I wasn't mentally prepared or didn't have the result, but now it's not the time to consider such things. Alright, let's see what's going. But useful. Oh, so they're here too? Of course, they were inside the bubble with us, right? So. He does a good job as Panda. I can't decide whether Panda sounds better in the English or Japanese. JJK is a mid-series for me, so I didn't care either way. By the way, I always said it's a mid-series. I've never jumped on it. By the way, KKK is even JKK, like JJK, Jujutsu Kaisen. Okay. I don't know why I'm throwing around K's like they're candy, like Big K or whatever. So JJK is based on 2 more popular animes than itself, and I feel like it was a total ripoff up to a point. JJK became its own anime over time, but it took from Naruto and it took from Bleach and even the author, well, not, I can't say the author because I didn't read the manga, but even the anime made fun of that point. If you go to episode 14 in season 1, you hear Adora yell on the couch while he's being hidden by Gojo. You hear him like he's watching the TV or whatever, and he's learning, but he yells from the couch, right? Bankai Rasengan, and that's like literally telling you what this whole thing is based on. So Rasengan is Naruto's strongest move, not his. Yeah, Shadow Clone and Rasengan are his like signature moves. He uses them all the time, right? And then he says Bankai, which is Ichigo's signature move in Bleach, right? All the captains do it. Bankai, Bankai. So it's just like, you know, the series is being stolen from Naruto and Bleach in order to make this like a combination of the two. You can also see it in the way they form the teams. They're 4-man teams, and that is a very Naruto thing where they have 3 guys, 1 girl, and it's a 4-man team with a teacher. The teacher is very much based on 2 different characters, in my opinion, Kakashi, and I always blank on. He's my favorite character in Bleach, and sometimes I remember his name perfectly, and other times I do not remember his name, and because I'm tired, it's going to be one of those times. But he's Ichigo's first teacher, you know, the guy that got kicked out of the 13 court guards and is man, I had his name on the tip of my tongue just now, and then I blanked it again. But he has the hat. Everyone knows who he is. He's my favorite character in Bleach. So anyway, also I think his English voice actor is perfect for him. Anyway, if you combine those 2 characters, you get Gojo, okay? It's really obvious. Gojo has eye powers. Kakashi has eye powers. Kakashi covers his Sharingan eye. Gojo wears the blindfold, okay? He also acts very much like the Bleach teacher that I just talked about and stuff like that. So his personality is more like the Bleach character, and his actual talents and stuff is more like Kakashi, although he is more powerful than Kakashi. He's like Kakashi ranked up to 10 at the start of the series of JJK. Again, it's just very clear that it's based on those 2 anime. You have to remember the main character of JJK has the sleeping demon inside of him, just like Naruto has the nine-tailed fox. I can point to a lot more things. When they go after evil spirits, people with lesser spiritual power cannot see these evil spirits. Guess who also has that? It's also Bleach lore. If you don't have the spiritual pressure or power, you cannot see these evil yokai or demons or hollows. So it's very much like Bleach thing. So it's the combination of the 2 that form this anime, and it's very obvious, and the anime admits it. It's plain as day. I can't say that I've actually seen that one. I can't even pronounce that one. So You are horror. There you go. By the way, I did not look that up or anything. I knew it was on the tip of my tongue. It's Uehara. I know his name. It just always slips my mind sometimes. It's Uehara. That's the guy's name. That's my favorite character from Bleach. Alright, Ikine is best friend of Gilgamesh. Does he have his own series, or are we talking about Fate? No, I've seen almost every Fate out there. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, so I've seen almost every Fate. Maybe I'm blanking on the name because I don't remember names well. So maybe if I had a picture or something, I could go, yeah, I've seen that for sure. But I don't remember names very well. I've seen thousands of anime, and for some reason, if it gets out of my 200, and Bleach is within the 200, so it's just sometimes I temporarily forget the name, and then it comes back to me, like Yuichi, Uehara, all these Kimpashi. I mean, all these names will come back to me eventually. But if it's out of my 200 favorite anime, I just normally call them big hair guy, big nose guy, kid with blonde hair. Like, I'll just randomly name these characters. It's so sometimes, now Fate is number 11, but that doesn't mean I remember every single character. Oh, she does Marvis from Fairy Tail. That's interesting. I can see that. Sheely from Akami got Kill. Is that... Wow, I would have not pictured that. Okay. I would have not pictured that. By the way, I was forced to watch that series. It's one of my friend's favorite animes, and he forced me to watch it with him. I did like it, by the way. I think the first episode of that series is one of the first 1 or 2 episodes. I think it was the first one. I think it was one of the best first episodes I've ever seen of any other anime. But man, is that anime all the way through. Rip most of the characters. Alright, you've been here too many times. But the first episode was shocking. Like, I couldn't believe what I was watching when I watched this, and I was a lot younger in those days.
何度来ても背中がヒヤッとする嫌な場所だよ。そう？ここの空気は結構気に入ってるわ。うるさい人形たちもいないし、観光にちょうどいいんじゃないかしら。けど、ゼーレが嫌ならやめておきましょう。今出口を開いて元の場所に戻すわ。待って。
I think we can have that on autoplay
気が変
again.
わった？やっぱり観光する気になったの？確かにゼーレたちは簡単に出られるけど、
Wow.
ブロニャお姉ちゃんや
I was not quite that young, but yeah.
彼女たちをここに残すわけにはいかない。相手がゼーレたちを離れ離れにしたのはそれを知ってるからだと思う。
That would be traumatizing. If I was that young watching that, I don't think my parents would have allowed me to watch anime after that. I'm not gonna lie. If I would have watched anime like that back then. When I started watching anime at 6, and my parents, not stupidly, was unaware that it was anime. And I was unaware it was anime too, because it looks like cartoons, right? But Sailor Moon was my very first one I ever watched. That was... I feel like I'm dating myself if I let you know the year, but I'm one of the original Toonami people. I watched Sailor Moon in 1995, guys. Like, when it originally aired in the US, okay? 1994, 1995. And, I was one of the original Toonami, and I started watching a lot of things, and I didn't even understand it was anime back then. But I started falling in love with Card Captors shortly afterwards. Pokemon, of course, one of the original Pokemon watchers. I remember episode 1 when episode 1 aired. Digimon, Yu-Gi-Oh, King of Games, every Saturday morning on WB, guys. That was 9 a.m. in the morning and 10:30 if you were lucky to get 2 Yu-Gi-Oh episodes that day. Sometimes there was only 1, sometimes there was 2. It just depended. And then every day 3:30 Pokemon. But every day Sailor Moon would come on Toonami, and it would be 4 o'clock or 4:30. 4:30 was where it was on for a long time, and then no, it never moved to the 4 o'clock. It was always 4:30. So it played every single episode of the American version, and then it would restart, and we play every single episode again. And they played them in order. So I had a VHS of every single Sailor Moon episode that ever aired in the original series, because I had to be home at 4:30 every day to make the series, and my parents knew how important it was to me. And then 4 o'clock had man, what was the 4 o'clock show? It was not nearly as good as Sailor Moon. It was something stupid like Thundercats or something. Oh no, it was Voltron sometimes. So the 4 o'clock show would change every once in a while in the original Toonami, and one of them was Voltron, and I thought it was silly. It wasn't bad, and then He-Man was a 4 o'clock one too, so that changed up a little bit too. He-Man was considered an anime, by the way, back then, not a cartoon. And then 5 o'clock was... So 5 o'clock would change as well, okay? So the 5 o'clock one, my favorite version of the 5 o'clock one was Ronin Warriors, which was like a male version of Sailor Moon. So if you ever want to look up Ronin Warriors, it's a very early anime, but it's based off Sailor Moon, but it's guys instead of girls. And Ronin Warriors was great. I liked it for the same reason Sailor Moon was. But again, pretty girls versus guys, naturally Sailor Moon, right? Also Sailor Moon, but again, I was too young to have a crush on girls, so I didn't like really understand, right? But Sailor Moon also had Tuxedo Mask, and I idolized Tuxedo Mask for a long time. I even went in a costume one time about it, but I loved the way he threw roses, and he was like my favorite character in the show for a long time before, you know, Venus, but took over that stuff. So Sailor Venus, but you know, but yeah, Tuxedo Mask was fantastic. So that was an up. How can a cute dog turn into a Hulk then like killing the lovable character you like? I know that whole series had all the characters you like die in horrible, awful ways. You know, there's. I don't want to give away the spoilers in case anyone watches this or sees it, but there's very few characters that make it life, and when I say few, I mean few. And it's not a long series, so as soon as the character is introduced sometimes, it's literally the same episode or the episode after they get, you know, done with. And when I say introduce, I mean actually like the actual introduction, not like the first time they meet and around the table or whatever. I see it. I still can't believe you saw that when you were 12. I saw that when I was like 20. Okay, I was able to like deal with it. I can't even imagine a 12-year-old like watching that series. By the way, for all my anime watchers, I do not recommend watching that series at 12. I recommend being 17 or older for sure. That series is very graphic from episode 1 onward. Alright. Alright. Ooh, I pressed the wrong button. I meant to press W, but that's fine. We'll open up with the super. I made sure that I leveled it up during our last fight, and I was hoping it would stay, and it did. Ooh, charging up. Oh, nope. Alright, that's okay. Rita's just playing with us, by the way. Why is Rita, like, moonwalking there? Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to use my power. Can she steal my power, I wonder? Stars of Eden. I wonder if she can steal my power like the Herschel could. No, I feel it. It was a matter of life and death, so stop here, Miss Barnia. Your trick failed. If it weren't for the power of the assimilated key, divine key being slightly diminished, it would have been a commendable attempt. Or did you reduce the power intentionally so no one would get hurt? But wielding the power of the Herschel reason is just a few months. You really are a genius. Allowing someone else's core to become a Herschel and constantly practicing despite respect. Few could enjoy that kind of pain. Mr. Yane has a worthy successor indeed, even though the burden must be a bit too much for Barnia. So, you still have a lot of room for improvement, Miss Barnia. No need to push your limits today. Barnia has been hesitating. She has been hesitating. See, now they're glazing. Well, he deserves this glaze, guys. I don't need people to tell me that Welt can only do so much with the core or anything. Welt is one of the most bestest characters in the whole Honkai lore. We need to glaze him more.
ブローニャには本当に彼の継承者になる資格があるのでしょうか。いくら断りの律者の力を掌握したとしても、ベルトさんの背負うものは変わりません。彼は世界を背負い、ボロボロになっても前に進み、その先にどんな窮地があろうとも諦めず逃げまブローニャには世界を背負う覚悟はありません。だから断りの律者の名前だけを受け継ぎ、他の責任は放棄しました。
I still believe Fuji Welt survived. Like every HI3 character that died, he would also be a goat. Yeah, but so OG Welt had to die, and because we wouldn't have Welt otherwise. So OG Welt is, you can't think of him as like an actual character, and I'm gonna tell you why. OG Welt is a tool for the backstory of Welt Yang. OG Welt is a convenient tool that they made so they could tell the story of all, second Welt Yang. So you can't really consider him much of a character, in my opinion. He was invented for Welt's backstory. Now, does he figure in more of the game? I don't know. They can add like stuff about it, but I don't consider first Welt like a real character. So I'm glad he's not here. Or we wouldn't have second Welt. Like if they made him part of the game and he was a real character, then we just wouldn't have second Welt. We would have first Welt. But Barney understands. First Welt represents something that Welt strives to and has like an ideal placed on him, right? He's more of a mythical character than he is a character. I don't know if I'm making any sense right now. Maybe when I get some sleep and come back tomorrow or something. And I'm debating having a Christmas drink. I still need to set up for the waifu stuff and maybe make an AMV. I was going to make a Christmas AMV, but I'm having a hard time because I wanted it to be Bunny Girl Senpai, but Bunny Girl Senpai has a really bad copyright streak. Not copyright as it will mess up your channel, but like posting clips of it is really hard to like get through YouTube, and I don't want to build an AMV again and have to like rework it in order to make YouTube happy. It's a little bit ridiculous. Some animes are like that, and Bunny Girl Senpai is one of the worst ones when it comes to this. OD will like Minato of Kakashi. Yeah. Yes, but Minato is actually a real character and not some kind of fable character. So Minato actually has a really like big impact in Shippuden, and like we follow Minato around. We like see his pains, we see his shortcomings, we see him teach Kakashi, we see him fight Obito. We see a lot about Minato, and then he even comes and helps and fights at the end, right? So the thing about it is he's not some mythical character. Now, if we never saw any of that and he didn't come at the end, I would agree with you, but the twos are not the same here. The AE visual novel is about OG Welt and about how Otto kills every character in it. Yeah, but it's not just about Welt, right? It's about all those other characters. More, I would specifically say. They gave Welt's mentor, a send-off, a short send-off, right? It's not the kind of stuff that we got in Naruto where Minato actually becomes a character, not this fabled thing that we talk about. Okay, then that would change my opinion. I don't know the material. If they make OG Welt in a character and he's the MC, but he didn't have to be the MC, but since he is the MC, that's more pull. I mean, is it a long drop into it, or is it like a very small like dip into it? If it's a long thing, then I would say you're right. But again, I don't know. So I'm not familiar with the material. Me as a player, he seems like a mythical being. Now in the lore, that's not the case apparently. So.
見て見ぬふりはできません。律者コアがなくなってベルトさんの力はもう以前には及びません。それに数々の死闘を経て彼の体はすでにボロボロになっています。それでもブローニャが気負わず成長し自由に歩きたい道を選べるように、それは彼が
I love this role playing, by the way, guys.
叶えられなかった夢、ずっと欲しかった彼はそれらの可能性のすべてを、彼はそういう人です。自分よりも他人もしかしたらテスラ博士が言ったように、だからせめて後輩という立場から、そして断りの律者という立場から、今のブローニャにはまだ世界を背負う、それだけじゃありません。周りの人たちの成長を見て強くなったゼーレは大人になって世界を守るというのは誰かに課せられた負担でも力を持っているから責任を果たすわけではなく、みんなのいる世界を守りたいからこそ力をちゃんと使いたいのです。
Dad main character. I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. That's actually a really clever DMC acronym. I like it a lot.
初代の断りの律者ベルト・ジョイスは
I don't know if you know this, but the main character of JJK was supposed to die in that episode 7 where he gets his heart taken out of him. It was due to the fans of the series that cried out that they didn't want him to die, that the author changed his mind and brought him back. He was supposed to die in that episode. It was supposed to be shock value. That's what it reminds me of. There is some anime out there, and I'm blanking on the names because, again, tired. But there is at least 5 anime out there that I could probably sit down and like really think on, that the main character actually does die in the anime, either at the end or halfway through the anime. They're not famous series, by the way. That's why I'm blanking on the name. They're not in the 200. But I could find them again. Oh, I like this. I had to lean in and like take a look at that. My webcam was in like a really bad space for reading that. Like most of this is above the web camera, but when you have the words right here, the web camera is right there, and like ah.
さすがですね。疑似神の鍵を安定して作れなかったら何度も作って量で勝とうと。しかし奇策というものは一度だけのチャンスを利用してこそです。
そんなのやってみなければわか
It
りま
looks like we're singing on, by the way.
重力パルス全開。
Oh, it's a gravity pulse. Okay.
大変申し上げにくいのですが、やはり私の防疑似エデンの星を構築し続け、今まで耐えてきたブローニャさんはすでにご自身の優秀、しかし残念ながら
I like that they're using the word simulated instead of synthetic. I've been using Welt's black hole and saying it's been a synthetic black hole. I really like Rita's word choice here, but I'm gonna still keep synthetic. Simulate. What was the word choice again? It's simulated. Yeah, maybe synthetic is better though. I did like it when I first heard it, but I don't know.
星が砕け散る様を
一体
本当の力をお見せしましょう。エデンの星、大霊定格出力、疑似ブラックホール。
Persuado black hole. Man, they're all coming up with all the terminology for like just saying fake or saying like, you know. Synthetic, simulated, persuade.
リリア、バカロザリア、魔法じゃなくて崩壊エネルギー。
It's Honkai energy, yeah, it's Bronya, dude. It's like
バカロ
magic.
ザリア、わからないなら黙って。リリアだってわからないでしょ。ロザリア、リリア、セーレ。助けに来てくれたんだ。よかった。二人とも無事で。そうなると、ブローニャお姉ちゃんは黒幕と戦ってるのか。ね、気づいてる？うん、ちゃんと時間に気づいてるよ。今ならまだよ。うわ、地震よ。大変。
They're doomed.
昨日残ってた最後のケーキは私が。急に最後の懺悔をしないでよ。というか、やっぱりリリ支配劇場にどうして地震が。まさか。
そうかもしれないわね。けど今回事実を探るチャンスはない。
Oh, it's about to collapse.
この
ずれる？
あの二人を捕まえてここから出るわよ。
うわー。
Is she picking them up?
出られた。ブロニャお姉ちゃん。
Okay, so now they're out. So the whole point of them being in the theater domination meant nothing. They didn't do anything.
さすがです。
I didn't expect you to have that trick up your sleeve. In this battle, Rita really lost.
この戦いは私の負けです。
She just said she lost. You said we were gonna lose.
今までの睨み合い
Although
は
I
戦術
expected
かと
that
思い
the
ましたが
deadlock at the beginning was part of the strategy, I didn't think I simulated Divine Key was also a diversion. The real game changer was the ninth key itself. Now, obviously Rita is standing. She didn't like lose, but maybe she just her mission, she just considers this a loss. If she wanted to go knock out Bronya right now, she could. She just sidestep and hit Bronya in the face. Rita is obviously playing with Bronya, but again, she just said she lost. So.
それに私を倒すのではなく支配劇場を壊そうと。
So she defeated Rita by circumstance, not by actually defeating Rita. Like, what Rita was doing was trying to keep them in a deadlock or whatever. But again, Rita could literally sidestep right now and knock Bronya the crap out. Like, there's no doubt in that. Like, Rita is kid-loving this fight, because she knows that after Otto's done with this little thing, she's probably going to be returning back to A. So, there's no reason to make Bronya madder than she is by knocking her out. Oh, there would be a second Gurren Lagann in mainstream if JJK killed the main character that took me 10 minutes to find my memory bra. Yeah, no, so it was a very real thing. He was planning to kill his main character. It was not, like, thought about. It was going to happen. And he killed him off. And by the next issue, which he planned to keep him dead, everyone cried out that they wanted this character to live and die. Now, the author is a big fan, to my knowledge, if I remember right. I read this years and years ago. If I remember right, he likes Game of Thrones. That's why a lot of his characters die in the series. It's very spontaneous deaths and whatnot, but he enjoys Game of Thrones. So he wanted his anime to reflect some of that too. And that's why there's so many deaths in it. Now, again, the main character was supposed to die in that episode 7. And again, it was the manga version. It was not the anime. The anime came afterwards. But that whole coming back to life and being hidden underground and stuff, that was a second draft after the outcry of everybody wanting him to live. So again, he was not supposed to be alive on the couch or, you know, being trained by Gojo secretly. He was supposed to be dead. That was the end of it. And then the author changed his mind. It's one of the very few times in manga that has happened.
今まで甘く見ていたことをお詫びいたします。大胆で予想の斜め上を行く戦術。確かにどのベルトさんのやり方でもなく、ブローニャさん自身の知恵と力です。
ブローニャ自身の力。いえ、これは断りの律者の
It took you 10 minutes to find the Gurren Lagann name? Yeah, like I said, so anime that kill the main characters or manga series that do, they're very rare. Doesn't happen very often. And it's good because I don't want it to happen often. It's always shocking when it happens, but it's not always shocking in a good way, okay? Attack on Titan made Eren look like he died in episode 7 too. And I almost like quit watching the series because I was all like, main character's dead. I invested 7 episodes into this little twerp and now he's gone. And again, they made it look like it, and again, by the end of the episode, you find out he's actually, you know, transformed. Which was really, you know, got me interested. But again, you didn't know he was transformed right away. Okay, there was a period where you actually thought the little twerp was dead. Alright, if you knew nothing about Attack on Titan and you started watching Attack on Titan, you would, you know, you would think this twerp is dead. Alright, and I call him a twerp because ultimately by the end of the series, he is a twerp, okay? But yeah, there's very few anime that do so. So the animes take a long time to find, even if you watch them before, because they're not going to really stick in your memories that well. They're normally subpar anime at best. They did it for shock value. Fantastic. Well, where do you go from there? Now, could one or two put it out? I've seen a lot of anime. I can't say I've seen an anime where they killed the main character and it became better for it. Can it theoretically exist? Sure. There's 15,000 anime in the world, and that means there's 8, you know, actually I did the math wrong. There's 11,000 anime I haven't seen, right? If you roughly a little less than 11,000, and you have to take off like 200 or 300 of those because hentai, and you just don't want to deal with that ever, so never gonna watch those. And then yeah, so there's still a lot of anime out there that it could happen to. I've never seen a good anime do it, so. Barnia's own strength? No, this was inherited from Herschel Reason. It's the strength of everyone at E. Before that, restoration hadn't gone smoothly. E made it a priority, yeah. I got all excited because I saw a kick comment and then I realized it's one of those, you know, special ones. Alright. I was like, that's a kick comment. The memories attached to it. Oh, I don't know if I told you, Twilight, Slime, but you probably already guessed. I did fix Kick, so Kick does go up there now. I did that last night, I think, so you wouldn't have known unless you just noticed tonight.
それが甘く見ていたの意味でしたか。空港での戦いのせいで今のブローニャたちがオットーと戦う。しかしそう言われると支配劇場が壊されてもあなたが切り札を見せてくる。
それはこの力のことでしょうか。
See, she changed. She had it was easy.
使いたくないのではなく、
I don't think I like her better looking like this, but she does look cute. I'm not gonna lie. I would take this girl out on the date. I'm not gonna lie. But
なので慣れている戦い方で戦ったまでです。ブローニャさんを舐めていたのではなく、
意外な理由です。とにかくリタ・ロスバイセ、あなたはブローニャを止めることに執着していません。なのにここまでして一体何に焦ってる。
ブローニャさん、どうしてそれを。
わかりません。多分
理性的なブローニャさんに直感の話をされるなんて確かに新鮮です。
ブローニャを試す、阻止するというより、あなたは何かを基準にしてブローニャの成長に期待している。
気のせいですよ。私はただ自分のなすべきことをしたまでです。これはメイドのプライドですから。
言いたくないのならブローニャもこれ以上聞きません。ところで今ブローニャたちがいる空間は。
支配劇場が消えた後、私たちが落ちていく先はもちろん、
やっぱり
私はこの状態でも自由に出入りできますが、ブローニャさんはしばらくここにいるしか。私の立場ではあなたを助けるには間接的な手段が必要ですから。
oh yeah, there would be a second. Okay.
ご心配なく。あなたが言ったようにブローニャには頼もしい。ブローニャお姉ちゃん来たんですね。
もちろん。支配劇場が突然消えて、幸いゼーレがブローニャお姉ちゃんは漁師の海にいるかもしれないって教えてくれて。
お互いに話したいことがたくさんあるようですね。
じゃあ
状況が安定するまでしばらくここに。何せ任務に失敗したバルキリーは長い反省文を書かないと。もう少しこの道。
わかりました。お元気で。それとありがとう。
So I wonder if Rita is not going to join us afterwards after this. I hope she does, but we'll see her again for sure. But I hope Rita like becomes the team. I got so excited when Rita was like hinted to be coming on the team, but maybe not.
デュランダル様の信号が消えてからすでに20分が経ちました。シュレーディンガー博士と共に作った予備プランは完璧なはずですが、何もできないな。それとも今までのことも全部、もし本当にそうだとしたら
Why is everyone more around me more
どう
annoying
して
than I am?
私自身よりも。
連戦雷鳴の時。
崩壊獣？
これも時空の乱れの影響だと思う。先に片付けよう。
Okay, so we have to.
行きましょ
get rid of them? Do I have to? Should I? Alright, let's do it. I almost thought about going the other way, but maybe there's something special. And they're all unnecessarily strong too. It's silly. Let's get rid of at least one. Yep. Okay. Alright, cool. That was a lot faster than I thought it would be too.
それにしても崩壊獣が相手だと汗一つかかないようになっているなんて。
We never did go to Fu's house. I think that was a side quest that we missed, but that's okay.
どうあらテレサ、はい。これが支配の率。どう？この区域を完全によかった。これで。
I'm just reading this really fast. I don't think this is like super pertinent.
そうね。
Doesn't seem like it is. It's just extra details that they use to solve this.
住人たち民衆をでもあんたはアポカリとにかく慎重に進めましょう。
I did miss one.
住人たちがパニック状態になってしまったら分かってる。ええ。
Okay. Nothing super important. I think this might be in I probably should have read that, but okay.
この剣を来光にして。
What is this?
行きましょ
Okay,
う。
I don't know.
行動開始。
位置につきました。
Oh, I can already tell this. I'm guessing this is a fight with Lee. With Lee. I feel like Lee would write that, but maybe it's not. It's time to go find Kiana. Okay, there's Kiana.
位置につきました。
このボタンかな。テスラ博士が作ったこの。
キアナ。
あ、委員長、もう出発するの？
ええ、時間が迫っている。
これでよし。
よかった。まだ出発。
アインシュタイン博士？
先ほど少し任務目標を調整したんだが、まだ君たちに知らせていなかった。
何かあったんですか？
いや、君たちの目標は依然として、オットーのいる聖537教会。
Otto's back at the church.
それって。
ああ、具体的に言うと、すでに。
I don't know. This sounds weird.
これはカロスタンの地形図だ。今僕が指している座標をよく見てくれ。リアル。
つまり敵がいない。
教会堂までの最短ルートではない。元の計画だと。しかし騎兵を条件に入れて考慮すると、このルートにした方が。
けどアインシュタイン博士、オットーはそんなに分かりやすい。
わからない。が、僕たちの計画したルートに入っていなかったのは確かだ。それに通常通りにモニタリングが可能になったこと自体が予想外とも言える。スパルタクスシステムが想像以上に支配の律者のオットーがそこまで予想できたのなら、別のルートを選んだとしても同じ困難に直面すると。
つまり賭けです。そのルートで私たちを待ち伏せしている、もしくはただの心理戦で私たちがリスクに怯えて手も足も出なくなることを狙っている。
行ってみるしかないよね。考えすぎてチャンスを見失ったらかえって相手の思うツボだよ。何せオットーは時間を稼ぐのが目的だし。
ええ、そういうことだね。
殺意が空気から伝わってくる。
Gee, what out loud.
この剣を来光にして
Let's see, let's see. Oh, it's Amber. I don't even care about Amber, to tell you the truth.
あら、琥珀。あ、テレサ様、私を探して、実は私のおじい様。違います。はい。
We're clicking on her in case there's any important information.
でも、あなたはオットー様が指名した次の大主教で、そういう表向きの子忘れたのかしら。私が塞ぎ込んでいる時、覚えています。覚えています。オットー様の命令を聞かずに、私 A303、A310。あの時そうね。そう考えると、テレサ様、クローンには誕生日という概念はないと思う。もう、そんな風に呼ばないでって言ったわよね。おじい様のやり方は嫌い。でも琥珀、私はあなたには昔と分かりました。でも分かってるわ。聖女カレン・コスロの、はい、オットー様、なんでそんなものを探す。天命の初期ファイルの中から、そのファイルには彼女は公主刑が、しかし当時の天命の体制は不安定で、最後には行方がわからなくなったようです。つまり今のこの特殊な時空現象を利用して、その遺品に関する手がかりを探そうと思っているのね。そうです。でも私だけでは何もできません。でもどうして？琥珀、どうしてあなたがカレンの遺品を探すの？なぜなら、私が初めて目を覚ました時、オットー様はそれが私の誕生のきっかけであり、オットー様からカレン・カスラナとは一体誰なのか、それに関して当時テレサ様が天命を離れることを決めた時、羨ましかったのは、私が羨ましいと思ったのは琥珀。
They're basically sisters.
分かった。また何でしょうか。どんなに時間が経っても、情報が増えても琥珀、あなたはあなた、私は私。わかりました。ありがとう。話を戻すと、この聖女の遺品に関する記録、エーデルワイスラウンジの跡地。
Okay, this conversation's a little bit
で
fun.
も誰が落札したのか。
But again, not really
私が
like
現場に行ってみる。
shattering or like
時間が取れないの
super
なら
important, but it was worth clicking on.
お願いいたします。
I think
行きましょう。
that's good for later, like for later relationships.
敵は見逃しません。
Alright, so we're going this way. Is there a portal over here? Yeah, I figured. Alright, and up we go.
殺意が空気から伝わってくる。
Okay, I'm guessing we're fighting. Okay. Wait, is something fighting with us? Like, there was something that came in there. Oh no, it's just... He's weak against her, which is good. Makes things easy. Oh, we forgot to try out the bike, huh? Maybe if I can, maybe if I can charge her up a little bit and we can check out the bike. That was a stupid move that he did. Okay, we have quite a super move available, so that's fun. Let's get May back out of here. Whoa, he's fighting a little bit better now. Like, I have to adapt, or maybe I'm getting slower. Alright, well, let's check out Barnya's thing, because I know... Oh! We were on the bike, and then... Okay, here we go. Oh, this is cool. Okay, and I can hit people with it if I wanted to. Can I jump? Yeah, I can. We're gonna play with this for a minute, and then we'll go back. Everyone thanks Slime for finding this for me.
Yes, Captain.
Nope. Nope. Grand Theft Bronya. I'm not gonna go up that elevator because that's not worth it. Oh, can I go back this way? Oh, I'm gonna take the long route, but I guess I could go back this way. Oh, interesting. We are gonna take the long way back, and then we are gonna advance. Yeah, she is super fast. And I thought Ray May was fast. I never tried to go that. Oh, okay. By going this way, I wonder if we'll cross that bridge. Like it's the same bridge, right? Yeah, it's the same bridge. That's so weird. Okay. It's the same bridge. Okay, that's nothing. No one to go though.
どうしたの、委員長。
That bridge had a lever to activate. Oh, really? We'll go back and press it then. I was wondering why it would be the same bridge.
とにかく、想定これは確かにあの天命の主教のやり実際は利用できるスペースにすべて。
それって私たちの計画は全部あいつの想定内ってこと？
わからない。今私たちの前にいるここが突破口になることを予想したのか、私たちがここに来ることを予想したのか、その間には大きな違いがある。もし後者だったら彼はきっと
他の人たちに連絡を入れた方がいい？
まだ大丈夫。エネルギー反応と探知機の結果がどうして一致しないのか、今すぐ結論を出すことはできない。オットーが何らかの手段で信号を遮断したならまだいいんだけど。
けど気づかれない前提で通ることは無理だね。じゃあ行動ルートをキープしたまま直接突破するのは？
いいえ。軽率に仲間に連絡できない状況な、それに目の前
目の前の敵を素早く倒すことができたら予定通りに吸収を。
実戦においては自身を
ブローニャ行動中。
Ah, I see the lever. Alright. Can't believe I've never seen this level. So I can go through the bridge in the woods now. Yeah, it's the same bridge. I was right.
ブローニャは来ました。
Yeah, so you can basically go anywhere in this town if you open all the doors and stuff. We're just doing one circle and then we'll go back. It is fun driving. Oh, I'm not gonna lie. Ooh, I probably shouldn't go this way. Ooh. Ah, I knew it. I got too complacent. It's fine. Thanks for letting me know, Slime, about the bridge. I appreciate it. Oh, I'm not on my bike. That is, yes, Bronya, you have been promoted to bike. That's your job. This actually makes me want to always have Bronya in the group now. I'm not gonna lie. This is, it shouldn't be as fun as it is, but it actually is. The bike looks pretty, and it's my favorite shade of blue. It's just like, gotta go fast. Sonic the Hedgehog. Gotta go fast. This actually, like this terrain right here, and the way the train works makes me think of an old car game that used to be a spy game. It's like on the PS2 or PS3, but the car could shoot missiles and stuff, and it was all kinds of like crazy cool back then. I can't even remember what it's named. It's something that's weird for its name. Did I go the wrong way? Okay, I guess we are going up here. Wait, we didn't explore down here. I have no idea where down here is. This is like the opposite way.
Yes, Captain.
Oh, no, it's the same way. It's just different directions. Okay. I'm supposed to be... I guess we'll find these things. Oh, it punched me somehow. One down. Not even with the dragon, so nope.
委員長、あれは。おっと、どうしてここに？
Where's Otto?
気をつけてキアナ。あれは分身に過ぎない。あの男がこういう。
It's only 3 lives. I don't even know if I want to use dragon on this guy. This guy's a pushover, actually. No, I do not want to use dragon yet. Oh, something's going on here. Once he started blocking myself, I knew I had to like start dodging afterwards. Yeah, this guy's nothing. Alright. Oh, he's back to 5 lives now? Okay. Whatever. Oh, he has a core. Maybe it should turn into dragon for this, I don't know. It's pretty easy though. Alright. Tusk technology or technology, and this is the seed. If I were a dragon, I probably would have defeated it at that time. I don't know. Probably should have dragon, but you know. Of course he's after Kiana. He's always been after Kiana. They told us he was gonna go after Kiana again. And
さすがにこんなことまで予想できないはず。しかし本当にわざとそれを狙って。これはキアナ、まだ気を出している。
ロード。
saving Kiana.
それはこっちのセリフだよ。委員長がここに来る前にあんたを倒す。
Oh, it's Lee. It's Lee. Okay. I knew she was probably going to be the next one, so.
待って。今日は私を倒すのは無理で。
どうしてあなたが
大師匠。おそし様。
Well, we know where Starwell got that name from now.
確かに500年ぶりですね。まさかまだ生きてるとは思いませんでした。
You told me about her though. You told me that Lee was.
確かにあの男がしそうなことですね。
でしょ？
I did know they have a history.
世界はいろいろ変わったけど、500年前の人がまだ存在してる。まるで夢を見ているみたいですね。委員長、彼女は
昔の友人。話すと長くなるから
平気だよ。けど委員長も気をつけて。羅刹人の部下なんかじゃないよ。バルキリーだってあの人が勝手につけた肩書きだし。おそし様、誤解しないで。羅刹人は命の恩だけど、おそし様を止めてとしか言われてないから、助っ人がいるなんて聞いてません。割に合わないし、羅刹人は私のことを買いかぶりすぎてるんじゃない？
いいえ、彼があなたの、そして私やな、先に行ってもらうことになるかもしれない。
委員長、
私の判断が正しければ、確かに私たちが手を組めば。
Okay, so she's not as strong as Jandro, but you still think she's stronger than Rita. Like, Fuhua's not even at full power, and Fuhua is saying that they could overpower her. And Fuhua would know, right? So it just makes me think low of her. It really does. Worst case, she might defeat me and delay you for a long time.
本音を言うと、そんな
もちろん、それには大きな代価が必要でしょう。他のものなら話は別です。ですがあなたは有言実行という点においては、相手が偽善者でもあなたは変わらず約束を守るはずです。
羅刹人のやつ、この500年の間に一体何をしたの？褒め言葉なんて一度も聞いてないんだけど。
She's so confused.
だけど委員長、もし本当にそうだとし。
やな、任務を忘れないで。何があっても彼女にあなたの邪魔をさせるぐらいなら。
けど わかった。ただオットーの相手をするなんて、だから早く手伝いに来てよね。
ええ、気をつけ。
委員長もだよ。
何かしようとはしないんですか？
Okay, so Kiana had safely gone away, and
いいえ、私が応じたのは1回の2回戦っても何の得にもなりませんし。500年ぶりの再会なんてお宗師様とは戦った。そうですよね。
あなたに守らなければならない約束があるように。
this is a good matchup, though.
そうですね。どうしようもないことなのか、決まった運命なのか。
昔話をするのは全てが終わってからにしましょう。
そうですね。何か予想外のことでもあんでは失礼します。無常自在の
Oh, I have to be Fuha. I'm not getting to be anyone else. She's taller than I expected her to be against Fuha. Like, she is tall. I am liking that we're actually fighting story characters, so I think that is important for going forward.
そう、私と違ってただ現状維持のままだと。まだチャンスはある。他の相手では存在すらしない。少なくともこれからの戦いに彼女があの技を出すように彼女を誘導。そしてそれをそうですね。これからはそうしなければと彼女に思わせるために私も元手を出さなければなりませんね。
Oh, wow. Oh, she's fast. Okay. This is more like it, though, guys. She's just playing with me now. Why is she so tall in this fight? I feel like she's taller, but not this tall. Like, her leg is widthier than my body. I feel like the proportions are wrong. Oh, it's not gonna let... Oh, okay. I forgot about Fuha's ultimate. It's been a while since I played it. It's all like, wait, why is my ultimate not coming? It's because Fuha has that combo ultimate now, which I have not been using. Much better.
これでわかるはずです。認めましょう。あなたが剣心を持つ状態ではあなたを倒してキアナと合流する。それができたとしてもかなり時間がかかるはずです。ましてその時の私には局面を変えられるほどの力はのですが、あなたにとっても同じです。先ほどの手合わせからして、もし私が戦闘を避けようとしても。
そうですね。今の
Interesting.
聖英は本物 そんなの知ってる。でも
それなら短時間で勝負が決まらない。
それはダメ。
ですからあなたにも私にも。
そんなのできませんよ。だってお寿司様ですよ。負けないこと自体。
切り札を見せない状況なら確かにそうなりますが、私たち
Yeah, mind
次
games.
の一撃は全力を出します。
そう
本気です。なので自分の約束を果たしたいのなら今がその時です。
お寿司様はあの白髪の子のために時間を稼ぎたいだけですよね。今日命をかけた戦いをしないといけないんですか？
命をかける。オットーが何をしようとしているのかあなたにはわかるはずです。500年の歴史には。
ですがお寿司様。
Alright, let's see.
それに今よりも
Okay.
無常自在門一番弟子。大挙剣気神運。
Alright, are we getting a movie? No, probably not.
変化の極みなり。
Yes, movie.
万物に妙
Okay.
にして義務なし。敬をもって
Let's see this.
話せるものなり。
Fuha means it Shushin can defeat her. Yeah. Fuha's not at full strength. We know Shushin could probably defeat her. But again, Shushain's not having an easy time too. This makes me think less of her for sure. She's probably more memorized by the legend of Fuha versus like actually fighting Fuha. It's kind of like Darth Vader fighting Obi-Wan in episode 4. Darth Vader could have probably mowed over Obi-Wan, but again, Darth Vader was being very careful because Obi-Wan was the one that took him out in the first place. Darth Vader kind of had a mental block against Obi-Wan because of what Obi-Wan did to him in episode 3. So episode 4, he was thinking that Obi-Wan might do the same thing. So Shushain said her and Fuha fought before. Yeah, so this is like PSD. So PDS, or, PST. PTS, there you go. Post-traumatic, whatever. I am like 4 hours ago should have went to bed. Okay? So, you need to forgive me. Alright. Grips on 2 chrome. Alright. Alright, everything unfrozen, blah blah blah. The blade of mantra, wanna go. I wish they would just give us like this isn't imminent. I feel like I deserve a movie at this point. Like we haven't had a good movie since chapter 17. Okay, so now we're like in the spirit realm, right? So just kidding. It's eminence, so I guess we view that. Okay, so that's Kevin. We haven't seen Kevin in a while, too. There's no need. Whose body is still in and her. But sacrifice is always necessary. If we succeed, even May has woken up. I'd like to talk to her in private. You alright, who? Dr. May, where am I? No need. Open your eyes. It happened to me. You did even better than expected. The Ichor is being activated continuously. Your muscle strength. Pass floated up territories. I was confused at first. I was thinking it was Rada May, but this is Dr. May, which makes perfect sense in the lore. In time. Dr. May is regarded by many of the fan base to be the biggest mass murderer in the whole series.
私たちの予想通り、心音は人類の意識と肉体。けど、不は彼らの因子によってあなたは優れた。今のあなたはまだ若い戦士だけど、未来運命は長編因子が自分にどんな影響を与え。私が話したいことはそれだけよ。
それとあなたにとってはいいお知らせかもしれない。
心音は一つだけど同時に脳は人意識にとっては心音があなたの潜在意識に影響。あなたの思考、あなただけよ。未来は。
待って、浜田。
少し休みますか？
いいえ、私自身も予測できませんでした。魔に落ちたものは死すべし。
No mercy for the corrupted.
あくまで一つの学説だよ。彼らにとって時間と現実ともに作り出されるもの。
めちゃくちゃじゃない。
もう一つの学説は、時間と歴史はすでに全部尽きている。僕たちが経験するものはその過程の反射に過ぎない。
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so we're talking about GGZ. Dr. May is the worst one. Okay, she's the one that, you know, GGZ is the one where, like, everybody dies in that reality, right? Okay, so that's the Dr. May that's bad. Okay, I gotcha. So not the current era. Okay, got it. I am corrected.
そういった反射は薄暗くなっていくが、僕たちはどうすることもできない。
Kevin loves Dr. May. Yeah, I've noticed that in this game. Kevin loves Dr. May. How can Kevin, the one who was considered as the one who only Well, I guess my confusion happened a little bit because Sakura's sister died and it was like insinuated it was Dr. May's fault, and it was like a horrible like area or scene, and that was like the first time I was introduced to like the concept of Dr. May, and then someone told me Dr. May was the worst thing that's ever happened to Honkai. So that's probably why a little bit of the confusion right there. Yeah, no, that was just a little bit of confusion, everything going around. So that's cleared up now.
もういいわボス頭。それでどうして急に時間に関する妄想の話をしてるわけ？
Okay, sounds good.
ああ、時間。君が無駄にしてきたものに関して、人々が。
That whole Sakura part is kind of a blur to me. I remember it, but it happened out of nowhere from like game story. I'm sure a manga came before or whatever, but that happened out of nowhere as far as like the game. So, you know, like there was no build up to that scene or whatever in the game.
何笑ってるの？
アインシュタイン博士、テスラ博士。
いや、いいタイミングだ。
テスラ博士と会う約束をした。
会う約束？あ、そう。ボス頭の言った通りよ。昨日の身体能力テストを覚えてる？必要な機構はすでに用意してあるから。まあいいわ。もう一度。
As a Herschel, she did the best she could to save, in which hypocrisy in the time of the previous era, because May was one of the one who fought for the previous era more than anyone, and that includes the Flame Chasers. Right. I'm sure we'll learn more about it when we do the Elysian Realm.
まあ今は最も簡単な戦闘テストしかできないわ。
いいえ、そのまま。
For the belief in Flame Chase, guys. Alright, So I think we are at a good point right now. Ooh. Made it to 47. Look at that. We are at a good point as stopping off plays tonight. I do plan to do another one on Christmas night. Call me a junkie as far as streaming these last couple days. Channel's growth is doing well still. Merry Christmas to everybody. Can you check overview so we can see where you left off? We can, but all I have to do is go to map and it will continue. So, I mean, theater domination, 35% in this chapter. So we're at 27. Okay. So anyway, Merry Christmas, and like I said, I plan for us to come back and do more. So I wonder if I log into all the games on Christmas, if they're gonna... This is so cute. I'm glad they put this in this game, and I'm glad we taped it. Like, that's adorable. Now, I wonder if I got any new skins. Okay, it's not letting me do anything here. Oh, no. That's okay. It's that, so I can turn it off and turn it on. I see. Oh, maintenance announcement. That actually may stop us from playing. Let's see what this maintenance announcement is. Oh, no, that's the 8.6 patch. That's probably next week, right? So... that should be fun. It shouldn't be on Christmas, so maybe I'll finish the Star Royal patch on that day. I don't know. Glory to the 13. Glory for Flame Chase, right? Okay. I appreciate everyone who came out tonight and everyone who will watch in the future. Thank you so much for everything that you guys do. Thank you for the channel growth. I greatly appreciate it. Have a Merry Christmas. Happy birthday to Jesus once again. And honestly, I hope you guys have a magical time. I plan to be back Christmas night. I'm having Christmas lunch at the parents', which I'm currently at right now, and then I'm going home to sleep. So I'll be back for Christmas lunch, and I might stream in the afternoon because after lunch, I might just do that. Most of my family's gone. My parents are having a friend over, so it's also I don't want to tell them to be quiet while I'm streaming, so I just want to well, that wouldn't go over well anyway. That would not happen. But if they're watching a football game or something, obviously I won't be streaming then. But if they are just chilling or like quietly doing something, I will. But maybe I'll take the time to make that AMV I really need to make because I'm running out of shorts. So yeah, things to do. But there will be a stream regardless of attendance tomorrow night just because I can. Thank you again.